Let's go, GCA Nick. First one. After a long time off, I took all of last week off, just kind of for a vacation type week. It was a staycation, just Thanksgiving at home and preparing for the Zendikar Championships this weekend. And then yesterday I went and visited my grandma, who unfortunately is very, very sick and certainly dying. It's sad, but also she's 98. Happy to be back, happy to be drafting. I know, it's been probably the longest I've gone without streaming in a while. Like I said, it was always going to come back. The plan was yesterday, some extenuating circumstances there, but it's a one-person show. I'm not a workaholic. I love streaming. I'm going to take a week off a couple times a year, just like any job, right? Everybody needs vacations. Everybody needs just a week off from their usual work to kind of reset, refresh, recalibrate, and be excited about doing it again. So, I'm not the kind of person that's going to, grind something until I hate it and quit. I'm the kind of person that's in it for the long haul. And, I'm going to take a week off once in a while, and then I'll be back, right? Thanks, Soup Dave X. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you, Pitaku. Appreciate the subscription. Thanks, Janice. Yeah, it's sad. I mean, listen, the reality is she's 98 years old. So, that's incredible, right? So, to me, of course it's somber. Of course visiting her was hard. But at the same time, it kind of gives me an appreciation of life. It's not a tragedy when a 98-year-old passes on. If anything, it's more, it's not a celebration, but it's an appreciation. You know what I mean? It's like, wow, this was a life lived. She was born in 1922. Her two sons, my dad and his brother, are both seniors themselves. They both have adult children themselves. Our family is largely healthy. You know what I mean? It's like it's a life lived. 98 years old, born in 1922. It's incredible to even say that out loud. That somebody was born in 1922. Still alive. Hey, well, thank you for supporting the contents, Soup Dave X. I appreciate it. So, of course it was somber, but I'm okay. And I'm excited to get back to streaming and get back to drafting. A couple of days of some good Zendikar drafts, and then this weekend I've got the Zendikar Championships, which are historic and standard. Sadly, no draft. I know some people are going to complain about that. I'm with you. Tweet at Watsy, tag Magic Esports, tell them how much more excited about the Zendikar Championship you would be if Zendikar Draft was a part of it. Zendikar Rising is a fantastic limited format. R&D, Play Design, Wizards, they did an excellent job with this draft format. It's wonderful. So tell them how much more excited you would be, if that's how you feel, to have Zendikar Rising as part of the Zendikar Championships instead of historic, We could be playing Standard and Zendikar Rising draft. Instead, we're playing historic and Standard. So, if you don't feel the same as me, don't say anything. But if you do feel the same as me, let Watsy know, not me, because I'm obviously on your side. I wish I was playing Zendikar Rising draft this weekend instead of historic and standard. I appreciate the tag, IXO. I saw the initial tweet. I didn't see BDM's conclusion. Did BDM announce today what the tournament was actually going to be? And by the way, thank you for the shout out, the tag, the mentioning of 3-on-3. I really appreciate that, IXO. These are the kind of things that actually do make a difference. Wizards hears us. Tournament organizers hear us. So, if you really want to make a difference, tweet at them, tag them, let them know. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate it, but I'm not the one you got to convince. I fire my tweets off and I tag them, and whenever I get the opportunity to have one-on-one conversations with any WotC employees or in any meetings or whatever, I'm always hey, draft, everybody loves draft. Draft was less popular because of these reasons. It won't be if we play it on Arena with Cardboard Live and so on. I'm obviously on your side here. I should say you're on my side. We're all on the same side here. I doubt there's too many people in this stream who like Constructed a lot more than Limited, given I do virtually exclusively Limited. You may like both, but I'm sure most people here want to see Limited as part of high-level play. I see there's a bunch of subscriptions, which, I appreciate. Makes sense since I've been off for a while. Thank you, Corey, More to the Black, Ixo, and Dangle. Some first subscribers, some people who've been for the entire 23 months I've been streaming. Really, really appreciate the great support for my content. Like I said, I didn't expect to continue streaming after the MPL contract ran out. I mean, really, you guys are the ones who made that happen. I didn't. I knew I had somewhat of a content following. I've made content for a long time, but I didn't expect, my stream to be like the most popular out of all the new MPLers who started streaming and like really blow up like this. So, y'all are the ones who made this even remotely possible and realistic for me to continue on after the MPL contract ran out, after the streaming deal ran out. So thanks again, for your continued support. Thank you, Keppel, for your generosity, gifting out a sub to Quantum Monk. Appreciate it. Hans asking the real questions. Ben, if you didn't have to sleep or eat, how many drafts would you play in a day? Wow. So I probably spend, about an average of an hour and a half on food, let's say, because I eat a lot of fast food and stuff. And then I sleep, let's say, 7.5. So it probably frees up about 9 hours a day. Granted, I wouldn't have to do extra work. Like, that's not extra time I have to play poker. That's not, I might read a little more, whatever. But yeah, I'd probably spend a decent amount of that 9 hours drafting. So, let's say I spent like half of that additional 9 hours, 4.5 hours on more drafts. You're talking about 2-3 drafts. So I would do an extra 2 or 3 drafts a day, Hans. Thank you for asking the real questions. I like the live interaction, so I probably enjoy streaming more than draft videos, but I enjoy both. And I definitely do want to get back to the point where I'm making new draft videos as well. I know I've been saying that for a while and I haven't done it. I'm not promising an exact date, but it's definitely on my mind. Genuinely speaking, I know I say this a lot, but I have been so overwhelmed and busy. There are times where I haven't responded to people for a week or two just because I couldn't handle it, honestly, on a personal level. Not like I'm, I needed, serious help. I just get overwhelmed because I've been doing so many different things, new things. Everything's been going well. I mean, I'm not in a position to complain about anything, The coaching has been growing. The stream has been growing. The YouTube channel is approaching 10,000 subscribers, which is mind-boggling. Like I said, I know I have a content following, but if you compare that to other MPLers who started YouTube channels around the same time and stuff like that, 10,000 subscribers, it's just unbelievable. So, I really appreciate it. These are good problems to have that I become overwhelmed sometimes. And like I said, it's not like I'm, seriously losing my mind or something. I just need to relax sometimes. I don't respond to some things, just handle one thing at a time and kind of slow down sometimes. But, these are good problems to have, and ultimately I can handle it. But, I really just have so much going on. It's just incredible. And y'all are the ones making that possible, so thank you to all of you out there. Thank you, Pudgy Ninja. Appreciate your work. I know it's got to be hard, ninjaing while pudgy cannot be easy. Thank you, Framonam. Appreciate the subscription. I have no idea what your name means, so I can't really make a reference or joke about it, but I see you subscribed for 3 months in advance. That's really generous. Thank you. I really appreciate the great support. Thanks for the compliment, Ixom Probably messing up your name as well. Thank you for the generous donation, Zach Stream. Appreciate the 100 bits. Thank you for the compliment as well, Zach Stream. Glad you could catch us live. It's exactly what you see on the YouTube channel. Of course, being here live, you have the opportunity to interact, which I really, try and do a lot of, and so hopefully you'll take advantage of. Thanks, Token Gay Friend. Appreciate the subscription for 7 months. Thank you for the support. Thanks for the donation, Winged Dragon. Why don't I candidate for the presidential? Well, I appreciate it. I don't think I would be in any way qualified or ready. I'm not saying I would never actually directly run for anything or get involved in politics. It's definitely something I would consider, but I would not start at the presidential level. I would run for something local if I was going to get involved directly. I believe in building your experience and being knowledgeable when you do things. So it's not like I would not do it because I, have it previous or something, but I would start small and local. I would not run for president. Yeah, I do have a good job. Certainly more enjoyable, but probably, not more impactful on the world. But for now, I'm very grateful building up Magic content, sharing my thoughts. Building up a following means you get to exchange information with people and share your line of thought and get good feedback. So I try and make a positive difference in the world that way by sharing all my thoughts on things and by hearing the feedback. And of course, I'm comfortable, so I also donate to a bunch of good causes, to politicians I think are good, to charities I think are good. Just try and be active. I try and be active, and try and be impactful and be positive. I think, honestly, for any real work in politics, I wouldn't consider it until I was retired from poker. I could certainly right now I basically split my time between poker grinding and Magic content and streaming. So, if I get to the point financially where I'm just I don't need to play any poker, I could still do Magic content and streaming, and that would free up 30 hours of work time a week, and then I could dedicate that to something else. So, and I might just dedicate it to more relaxation and more Magic content. If right now I view it, roughly speaking, as I do 30 hours of Magic content a week and 30 hours of poker a week. If the 30 hours of poker goes away, it doesn't mean I have to do another job for 30 hours a week. I may just increase my Magic content by 10 hours a week and, take 20 hours of extra relaxation and work less hard. I am 37 after all. But when I do get to that point where I feel like I don't need to play poker anymore, and I'm set basically, that's when I will start to consider other possible jobs. So thank you, Enoma. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you for the 9 months of support. Thanks to everybody for popping right back in. I see we've hit about 200 viewers, which is usually where I fire my draft, around then. So let's get started. Today's just going to be 3 Zendikar best of 1 drafts. Right back with it. Right before I dive into the first draft, like I said, I know most of you probably aren't here for Constructed. But I just wanted to show you the decks I'm going to play this weekend in the Zendikar Championships, because I assume some of the people here will be following that. So I'm going to start the draft in 1 second, but I tweeted it out. Here's the Rogues deck I brewed up for Historic. It's been pretty good for me. It's about 50-50 with Soul Tie, but the Zareths give you a really nice plan to win. And then it's really good against aggro. You kill creatures and then draw cards, and all your cards are cheap. And that's overall just a pretty consistent, pretty solid deck. I finished 67th in Constructed on the ladder last season. That's by far the highest Constructed ranking I've ever had on the Arena ladder. And I didn't push past that. It's not like I hit a losing streak. I just got to 67th, testing or whatever, and then stopped after the testing was over. So, I think this deck's pretty good, but of course, it's 4 rounds of Historic. Maybe I'll go 0-4, maybe I'll go 4-0. Magic super high variance. But overall, if you're looking for something grindy and fun, that's definitely Tier 1 competitive. Not claiming it's Tier 1 broken or I broke it or some nonsense. But definitely Tier 1 competitive, a little bit different, grindy and fun. Definitely give this Rogues deck a try in Historic. Thank you, Confucius. Appreciate the subscription. I did not hear that, but I'm very happy to hear it, More to the Black. Thank you for sharing the good news. MDFCs are one of my favorite... They're one of my favorite mechanics in a long time. There are good rogues, but as far as ones that cost more than 3 mana, let's say, like Gantu, you have Zareth and Into the Story, which are just really good cards. So they were just better. And then the cheap rogues, there's Fairy Miscreant, but that's only really good with Loras. And there was Siphoner, which is only really good if you make other energy. And then Ona's Blackguard, I never tried. I did not know that was in Historic. I honestly just missed that one. But, there are other cheap rogues, but remember, it's not about being rogue tribal. It's more just, a grindy deck that, has all these cheap interactive cards. And, yeah, Zareth is, your best win condition. Zareth is incredible. And it's even better in Historic. You're taking Teferis, Nissas, Ugins, all these big things, whatever. It's just a really good card in Historic, Zareth is. And then I didn't test Standard at all because I tested Standard for 3 weeks for the combined for the 2 weekends of Rivals play. So I went 8-5 with this list. The second week of Rivals play. Hopefully it's still good. I mean, there's been no bannings. There's been no rotations or anything since then. So it's the exact same Standard format. That said, I don't know if Standard has evolved. If people are playing different things, I have no idea. I just submitted my exact same Standard list that I used for Rivals weekend, the second one, because it played well for me. I liked it, and I didn't even know what was legal in Historic, so I spent the whole time testing Historic. Whereas I was happy with my standard work from a few weeks earlier, so I just resubmitted that. I'm not playing Kaladesh today. I will be doing 3 Zendikar drafts. I missed Zendikar draft when I was playing Constructed. I love this draft format. Like I said, if I'm ranking all the recent draft formats, this is up there. This is tier 1. This is alongside Dominaria and M20 with the best draft formats of the past couple years, in my opinion. So, let's get into it. No Fabled Passage in the Rogues deck, even though it would be good with Fatal Push. Historic's too fast. The deck doesn't have that high of a land count. And you just can't have a tap land with that many cheap cards. I mean, you don't want to. I'm playing 2 Fetid Pools. That's the entire tap lands in the whole deck. Other than that, it's, Watery Grave, the black-blue, Pathway Land, and Drowned Catacombs. Because you have all these 1 and 2 mana cards and cards that basically cycle, like Cling to Dust and Wind Robber, and, tap lands are really punishing in that deck. The only reason I'm even playing the 2 Fetid Pools, really, is because Flood can be a problem. Cycling your lands is really good with Cling to Dust. And you kind of want the Swamp Island to make your Drowned Catacombs and your Black Castles come into play untapped. But you can't play excess tap lands in the Rogue deck. If any of you try out the Rogue deck, I tested it a lot. I'm not saying there's no room to tinker, but you do not want to throw a bunch of tap lands in that deck. I mean, ZNR is semi-solved in that it's been around for a while, but it's a diverse format. So while we're not necessarily learning new things, one draft, you draft a lot of different decks. Sometimes you draft Kicker, sometimes you draft Black-Green, sometimes you draft Landfall, White Aggro, Red Aggro, blah, 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 Red-Black Party and Blue-White Party, Clerics. There's tons of different draftable decks. So I'm still enjoying it. I'm not saying we're really learning about the format at this point, but I'm still enjoying playing it because it's very diverse and balanced. All right, so there's obviously only 2 cards we're going to consider in this pick, in this pack. Skyclave Shade, pretty broken. Roost, pretty broken. After that, the next best cards are probably like Moss Pit Skeleton, Royal Mage. These are fine cards. They're not on the level. So it's Shade or Roost. They're both fine choices. I personally think Roost is probably a small amount better. But, people are a little Roost crazy. It's a very, very good card. So is Shade. If you play Shade turn 2 on the play, it is hard to lose a game. What is the opponent going to do? Not trade with your 2-mana, 3-power creature, just take 3 a turn? When they trade with it, you get it back without discarding a card. You just play a land and cast a 5/3. Shade is very, very good. I'm going to take Roost. Roost and Shade are both busted cards, in my opinion. If you prefer black, if you took Shade, I would not criticize you. All right, let's see. There's no Windmill Slam follow-up to Roost here. No blue cards in the pack. We're not going to consider Stalker. This is actually a really bad pack. You don't have to play blue-green to use Roost well, especially if you start with Roost. You can just prioritize Kicker over non-Kicker the whole draft. That said, the best card in this pack is probably Veteran Adventurer. Veteran Adventurer doesn't really perform its best in blue-green, but if we start with it early, we'll prioritize varied creature types. And blue-green does use Roost the best. And I'm not going to take Seafloor Stalker. So I think, it's Veteran Adventure is a pretty clear choice, though an unexciting second pick to follow Roost up with. If I wasn't going to take Adventurer, my next choices would be Blood Priest, probably. It's a good grindy card for a blue-black Kicker deck. Or Bug Catcher, but I don't think Blue-Red is where you want to be with Bug Catcher and Roost. Blue-Red is a Wizards deck. So I think Veteran Adventure here is a pretty clear choice. Okay, so this one's going to be easy. We already want to prioritize blue and Kicker cards. Look, I'm not going to force it. If this pack had a Royal Eruption instead of a Bubble Snare, I would take Royal Eruption, and I'll play red-green, I'll play whatever, right? I'm not going to force my first pick. But if we're going to see one of the best blue commons third, a Kicker removal spell, we don't fight it, right? We're drafting the hard way means being open to what comes. It doesn't mean taking 5 different cards of each color the first 5 picks. You do that sometimes if you're willing to draft the hard way, but if you start with Roost, and then the best card in the pack is Veteran Adventurer, and then the best card in the pack is Bubble Snare, and then the best card in the pack is Vine Gecko Forth, you don't fight it, you draft what's there. Sadly, I tried to call my shot there with a Vine Gecko Forth, but that didn't happen. So, let's actually take a look at this pack. Alright, so the only blue card is Duelist. It's fine. I think the 1-drops overperform. I like Duelist, but it's obviously not an exciting card. The green cards also, they're fine. Blightblade is a decent cheap rogue to lower the cost of Adventurer, and blue-green tends to be a controlling deck where you're happy to have a good blocker. But it's not an exciting card, and I'm not happy about fourth picking it if I take it. This is a pretty weak overall pack, though. I mean, the best actual card is probably Expedition Skulker. So I think we're just deciding between Expedition Skulker and Blightblade. I could definitely see the Skulker, though. We really haven't seen any green cards. So I think I'm going to take Skulker. I'm not going to miss Blightblade. We might even table it. Blue-black can make fine use of Roost as well. So I'm going to take the Skulker over the Blightblade there, and then we'll just see what's in the next pack. Okay, so as far as the blue cards, Shell Shield's playable if you have Roost, still on exciting. Diviner's pretty good. Blue-green and blue-black tend to be, Roost decks tend to be more grindy. You're pretty happy to have a 3-2 flyer that draws a card sometimes. For green, there's Scythecat. Scythecat's pretty good in blue-green. You look to make land drops forever in that deck. So I guess we're just deciding now. There's no black cards to consider, of course. These are both like filler playables, but not cards we'd actually want. So we're deciding between Diviner and Scythecat. We're not committed to green. We are trying to play blue. I think it's a pretty easy Diviner. See what's in the next pack. Okay, so Relic Vial's near busted in Clerics. I mean, it is busted in Clerics, but blue doesn't have Clerics, and we're going to be prioritizing kicker cards, so we probably can't use Relic Vial. Jwari Disruption is one of the weakest land spell modals, in my opinion. It's still playable. It's still a land spell modal. Maybe we take it. But if we are seeing blue-black, not blue-green, Ghastly Gloomhunter is a nice win condition with kicker for a blue-black deck with Roost. So I think this is a tough pick between Disruption and Gloomhunter. I think I'm going to go Gloomhunter because we want to prioritize kicker cards. Also, Gloomhunter is just a better card if we're more of a controlling deck than like a Rogue's aggro deck. And if we have Roost and Diviner and Bubble Snare, we're not drafting blue-black Rogues. We're drafting more of a blue-black control. So now here's a curveball, right? Because Lowell Mage's Familiar is near busted in blue-green kicker, but we've seen no green. So we believe that we're going to see blue-green kicker, but we're not going to see green cards. Like, we're not that likely to get Rabid Bite. And there's a Feed the Swarm and a Predation here, 7th pick. So I'm actually going to stay the course and take a black card. The fact that there's Feed the Swarm and Predation makes me think black is wide open. So I'm just going to grab the black removal here. I am passing on the opportunity to take a more broken deck with the Familiar, but given we haven't seen any Rabid Bite, I don't have that much reason to believe that I'm going to see green, even if the green players passing to me are not blue-green kicker. So I'm going to look to blue-black here. It seems like black is wide open, and we've seen more than enough blue to play blue. Just in case we audible into blue-white. You never know. I'm not going to miss the Skitter Sneak. Alright, nothing to see here. I don't care about the Baloth. It's playable. It's not exciting. Lowell Mage's Domination is really, really good. Near broken. Will be even better in this deck because we're looking to make land drops, play long games, and we're going to have a few ways to mill them probably if we're blue-black. I mean, this is just a clear, easy choice. Nothing is close. Speaking of clear, easy choice, nothing close. Looks like we're rewarded. I mean, obviously, if I was blue-green kicker, I wouldn't mind a Royal Mage. But Blood Chief's Thirst is incredibly efficient removal, and it even has kicker. So this is just another clear, easy Windmill Slam type choice. Because Magic's really high variance, Gustavo. I don't think the submitted deck lists are posted yet, David L. Byer. I think they get posted like Friday morning or something. I assume you'll be able to find them on Wizards' site. If you follow me, I'll probably retweet the link on Twitter, or other pros will be too. But I don't think they're posted until the tournament starts. Once in a while, you just run hot, okay? Welcome back. Welcome back to Zendikar Limited. I've missed you. Second Roost, Low Mage's Domination, Blood Chief's Thirst. Don't mind if I do. Alright, let's see. So we're going to have plenty of kicker. So Falconer's a pretty good late game card. Can help us scry lands to the bottom and find kicker card after kicker card. So we do need early game more than more late game because we already have tons of late game. But our early game isn't really hurting. We already have Bubble Snare, Blood Chief's Thirst, Skulker, Feed the Swarm, Gloom Hunter. That's tons of early stuff to do to make sure we don't get run over. So this is an easy Falconer. If we were really short on late game, on early game, we could take Skulker over Falconer if we needed to. These cards don't matter. Wow. Soaring Thought Thief and Seagate Restoration. So even though we're not going to be heavy rogues, rogues is the shared type between blue and black. And we do have Low Mage's Domination. So I think I'm going to take the Soaring Thought Thief. Seagate Restoration's fine. I mean, it's a land spell. You know, in the late game, it can draw a couple of cards instead of being a land. But I think Soaring Thought Thief and blue-black is still going to be better. Even if we're more of a kicker deck than a rogue deck, this card counts itself. So it can just mill 2 cards a turn in the air as a cheap, good flyer, even if you have 0 other rogues in your entire deck. And then it quickly turns itself into a 2-mana, 2/3 flying millstone. Hard to argue with that, right? Still don't think we're going to play any Skitter Sneaks, but with Double Roost, Shell Shields look fine. Relic Golem in case we mill well enough, since we have Thought Thief and Low Mage's Domination. Seagate's Restoration is good. I mean, it's a land spell modal that works the way you want land spell modals to work. In the early game, you play it as a land. In the late game, you draw 2/3 cards instead of having a dead land. It's a good card. But I think Soaring Thought Thief is just too much better. Thank you, First Tube. I think because it's mythic, it's being hated on a little too much, Uriel. I don't think it's one of the worst ones. I actually think it's a fine card. Like, Drory Disruption is one of the worst ones. Other ones that don't really do anything in the late game. There's nothing wrong with draw 2 or 3 in the late game, right? The thing is, Soaring Thought Thief's a much better card. But I don't think it's a bad card at all. This is not a deck where I'd ever play Subtle Strike. I'd much rather have Shell Shields. I have Double Roost. So Subtle Strike is at its best when you're an aggressive deck that's pushing in damage on the ground, and then your opponent has to block, and you can blow them out with Subtle Strike. This is a control deck that's going to be milling people and winning with Roosts and winning with decking. I'm not interested in attacking on the ground. I'm not interested in forcing blocks. This is not a deck that I want Subtle Strike in. And if you're holding a dead land or two, Carlos Labos, it could easily be a draw 2 or draw 3. Remember, if you're not under pressure, let's say you top deck it when you're empty-handed, you don't have to cast it. You can wait till next turn. If you draw a spell, play it. If you draw a land, then cast it and draw 2. So, it's a little better than I think is being described, Seagate Restoration. I know when a card is mythic, people are going to hold it to high standards, but obviously we don't actually care what rarity it is. And yeah, Seagate Restoration feels more like a common than a mythic in terms of its power level, but it's still a good land spell modal. It's still a land when you need lands, and draw 2 to 3 when you don't need lands. So it's a fine card. I'll tell you what's not a fine card. This pack. I don't want any of these. I might take the Squid. This pack is abysmal. For me. I mean, it's okay for white with the takedown and the Legion Angel, but... Oh, okay, cool. Your-OL. Your-OL? Or Your-EL. I don't know. I can't pronounce anything. You know that. I guess I'm taking the Squid. I don't know. This is the worst pack I've ever seen for a blue-black deck. I literally didn't want any of those cards. Squid is a filler 2-drop if I end up short on 2-drops. Yeah, I could have took the 20 gems. That's true. Alright, so this is less exciting. It's not a good second pick, but Feed is fine removal. I'll grab my second copy here. I mean, this is a clear choice. It's over not much. And this is not a good second pick either, but it's still a good card for my deck, so I'm happier. Squid is not even going to make my deck unless I end up short 2-drops or short playables. So Squid being my first pick there was literally, embarrassing, abysmal. All right, let's see. Skydiver, again, way more fancy than good, but there's plenty of artifacts in this format. And you can kick this even if they don't have an artifact, right? You can just kick it for 1 to make a Roost token and then not get anything. So a nice, cheap, flying, powerful rogue with kicker is a pretty clear pick for us, I think. It's not like there's really great direct removal. There's like, it's this, or the next best card would be like Blood Priest, which I'd like to have, or Sky Dancer, because the Mill 2 is pretty good for us. But this is a pretty easy Skydiver. We do want to prioritize the kicker stuff. It is a rogue, and it's a powerful card. Once in a while, you steal a Pack Beast or an equipment or something good. All right, pretty easy Bubble Snare, I think. Relic Golem's sweet, but we're not that good at Mill. Infiltrator's a nice card-drawing engine, but we don't have that much rogues, and we already have great late game. This we want to prioritize kicker over non-kicker with Double Roost pretty heavily, and we just want removal for our late game-oriented control deck. I think, obviously, if I table Infiltrator or Relic Golem, they're both 100% to make my deck, but I think this is a pretty clear Bubble Snare. I don't think these cards are going to end up mattering. I'll just grab the Silencer. None of those were really playable or exciting or interesting. Let's check on Relic Amulet. You don't have to be blue-red wizards. You just have to have a lot of spells. So Shell Shields, Blood Chief's Thirst. Let's say we play like 2 of these 3. We're probably not going to play all 3. We might only play 1. That's like 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Relic Vial's not great, not horrible. I think we're going to go with Mind Drain. We have some things that make you want 8 in their graveyard. Mind Drain takes 2 from their hand and 1 from the top of their deck, so it single-handedly puts 3 cards in their graveyard. So I think that's a pretty decent card. I'll probably grab Pack Beast here. I don't think we have much in the way of Party, though. Does it actually do anything for us? Very little. I mean, I don't think any of the other cards are even going to make my deck, and I don't know if the Pack Beast is or isn't. But I don't think that any of those other cards were super relevant. Wow, Into the Royal ends off consumption. Why couldn't these cards have been spread out? I wish I could have gotten one of these over like half the picks I've made in Pack 3. That said, with Double Roost, I think it's a pretty clear Into the Royal. Zoff Consumption's a really good land spell modal. I would still love to pick it up, but I gotta keep prioritizing good kicker cards like Into the Royal, and that's my first Into the Royal. I don't think these cards matter. If it was best of 3, maybe Negate, but there's no shot I'm gonna main Negate. Grab a Duelist. Don't know if I'm going to play it or not. Happy to grab the Skulker. This I am going to play. These cards don't matter. I don't have 0 MDFCs, right? I don't have a lot, but I think I have a couple. I know I got, like, 1, I remember. Solendu Vision. I guess I only have 1. I didn't take them very aggressively this draft, but... okay, so... This deck has a pretty good late game. It uses its mana well. 17 lands and Vision for the 18th land is probably correct. So let's assume we actually have to cut 6 cards. Whenever I have to cut a lot of cards, I don't do this very often on stream, and I don't have to cut a lot of cards that often because I switch colors and all of that a lot. But I have a process for that. What I usually like to do is drag all the cards that are cuttable off to the right and then kind of cut all at once so I can maximize for synergy and curve. So for example, if we go look at my 1-drops, we're not cutting Bubble Snares or Roosts. Shell Shield's obviously cuttable. Duelist is obviously cuttable. We're not cutting Thirst. Go to my 2-drops. Squid is cuttable. Pack Beast is cuttable. Go to my 3-drops. Grasp is cuttable. Stalkers are cuttable. Relic Golem maybe. 4-drop, 5-drop, not really cuttable. So we're going to cut 6 of these cards, right? Now, what we're mostly interested in is Curve and Synergy, because these are all obviously mediocre cards. These are all my good cards. So the first thing is Curve. Curve is more important than Synergy generally, but we have a good Curve. We have 3, 4, 5 2-drop creatures, 2, 3, 5 cheap removal spells. So Curve is not an issue for us. We don't really have to worry about that at all. Okay, so now let's look at Synergy. Kicker, we have Double Roost, so we really want to prioritize kicker cards. Let's go ahead and assume we're going to play like a shield or 2, and we're going to cut 1. So I'm going to cut 1 shield because 3 of that card is very excessive. We have a bunch of early stuff, so I think it's highly unlikely we'll use Squid. I think Pack Beast, even though we're not partying much, it's still a Wizard for Diviner, it's still a Rogue for Skulkers, and for Thought Thief. Probably going to play that. Duelist is a card I really like having, but I don't necessarily want to draw multiples of. Let's say we'll probably get rid of 1. 3, 5, 7, 8. I'm not an aggro deck. I don't need these Stalkers at all. I don't need to win by... I don't want to sink mana into attacking. I think the Stalkers offer me almost nothing. So that leaves us with 6 right there. So then we can just bring those back in. That looks good to me. I don't want to cut a land. I know you have the hand smoother, but even though my cards look cheap, remember, a lot of my cards have kicker and stuff. Like, Roost is really a 4-mana card. Gloom Hunter's a 6-mana card if I drew a lot of lands. Into the Royal's really a 4-mana card. Bubble Snare, whatever, you can play for 1 or 4. Like, this curve is not, it's good, it's cheap, but it's not as cheap as it looks. 17 plus Vision, I think, looks good for this deck. I don't think Squid is better than Pack Beast. It's close, but remember, I need to have a Rogue out to turn on Death Touch with the Skulkers. If I have a Wizard out, that turns on Diviner. So, I mean, it's close, and it's a Rogue to attack with Thought Thief and Mill too, but I think the Pack Beast offers me a little more than the Squid. It's also another black source. A lot of my black cards are cheap, right? So if I don't draw a Swamp, but I draw 3 islands, I can just tap 3 and cast Feed the Swarm by filtering mana through Pack Beast. So, you know, I don't think Pack Beast is great in this deck. But all of that said, I think Pack Beast offers me more than Squid does. Because I am 9 islands and a blue landspell modal and only 8 swamps, which is definitely correct, given I have double Roost, Lull Mage's Domination, lots of double blue cards. But it's nice to have that, like, flexible 9th black source out of Pack Beast, right? There's nothing wrong with tapping 3 islands and casting Feed the Swarm for 3 instead of 2 on turn 3. So I think we definitely want to go with the Pack Beast. I prefer Zen to Kaladesh by a lot. It's not even remotely close, in my opinion. Well, the season just reset. I was Mythic. I don't know where I finished. I mostly played Constructed for the past, actually a lot this month. With the 2 League weekends, whenever they were, and then the Zendikar Rising champs. I haven't actually gotten to play nearly as much Limited as I would like. Alright, so no need to kill that for now. If they grow it, we can kill it. We don't care about the life gain. We're not an aggro deck. And we know next turn we're about to put out a 2-2 flyer, which will blank a 1-1 flyer. And then from there we're going to have more 2-2 flyers because, well, Roost is stupid. I'm not going to attack, not because I don't want the trade, but because they might take it. And then if they kill the 2-2 flyer, they can hit me back for 5. I'd rather just have the Pack Beast to block the Blight Priest. Alright, let's see. So we can Feed the Swarm and have Shell Shield up. There's nothing really to Bubble Snare without Kicker. If we Bubble Snare with Kicker, I guess it's the Gloom Hunter. It's not very exciting. Doesn't look like we're going to have that great of a turn. I could attack with the Flyer to try and provoke them to attack me, and then I have Soaring Thought Thief, Duelist, and Shell Shield up. I think that looks good. And even if they don't attack, I still use 2 mana on Thought Thief, and if I want to just burn the Shell Shield, I can make a 2-2 flyer. So I think I'm going to attack to try and provoke them to attack with the Gloom Hunter, at least, if not more. And I think any attack they make here is going to work out well for me, even if they have a trick or a removal. I literally have Duelist, Shell Shield, and Thought Thief to play in combat here if I want to. And if they don't attack, great, I'll just end a turn Thought Thief. Can't really work out badly for me. I don't think I'm going to Shell Shield, though. No need to do that. Alright, so now we can Feed the Swarm, the Gloom Hunter, or the Blight Priest, and then attack in the air with, like, the Thought Thief. I guess, which is scarier. It's probably the Blight Priest. The Gloom Hunter's not going to be able to connect. Like, even if they kill the flyer and hit me once, I'll just make more 2-2 flyers. So I think the Blight Priest is the scariest card. So I'm going to attack the Thought Thief, start trying to turn that on, start working towards decking them. Decking them is probably my most likely win condition, because remember, they're at 21 and counting. Black-White Clerics gains life pretty well. So I think I want to remove the scary Blight Priest and just start looking at more of the mill to a turn that I do dealing them damage. I might kill them with damage if they don't have an answer for the Falconer or with Roost tokens, but then it's not about, amount of damage I deal per turn. I'm just winning because I have an endless swarm of Roost tokens. Well, I milled their Drana. They can thank me later. I mean, I'm gonna bubble snare the Drana, so it's not that big of a deal. But that didn't work out so well for me at the moment. That said, this attack is going to work out extremely well for me. They must have practiced tactics, because they're sending the 1/1 into my 2/2. But I have Shell Shield, so don't see how this can work out bad for me. I guess it's just 2/1 on 2/2 and 2/2 on 1/1, right? They're just passing? Alright, well, just gonna shrink the O2 here so they won't gain life and deal me an extra point and take the free kill. I mean, life is good. Guess they just wanted to get in some damage. I don't know. So we can't let them attack with Drana, so this is a pretty easy bubble snare. And then we still have one flyer back to block with. Three creatures for 3 creatures and perfectly fine blocks. So we'll just attack with 2 flyers and pass back to the opponent. Second Drana, yeah, that's pretty impressive. It's not really scary for me, but overall, Drana's a very good card. Okay, I think we're going to mind drain that last card out of their hand. We might as well do it pre-combat. And then assuming they don't respond or do anything surprising, what are we going to attack with? Probably just 1 flyer. I mean, ultimately, I don't want to get swarmed. Shields are down. Sending 1 is pretty safe, but sending both is pretty greedy when they have a life total advantage, and that's not even a real way to win. Like, if they draw removal, I still have a 2-power blocker for the Blight Priest, and then I can put the Duelist in front of one of these and take 2 and the Blight Priest is gone. But if I send both flyers and they draw removal for Pack Beast, then I take 5 and can't kill the Blight Priest. So that's why I sent 1 flyer, but not 2. Okay, now I can play Skulker and have Shell Shield with Kicker up, so now we send both flyers again. Much safer now. And we're getting to the point where I think I'm happy to burn this. Remember, I'm making a 2/2 flyer. Changes the clock. They can all attack. They can't fizzle the spell. Like, if they kill the Skulker in response, it makes no difference. I still get the 2/2 flyer. Hey, have a good one, Lola, man. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate the support. Get some rest. Magic is hard. I know I have my puntful days. Same as you. But I appreciate the support. Thank you for the subscription. Strength of 10 tigers. I'd be lucky to have the strength of 1 tiger. Alright, let's see. So I can low mage Dom. I don't have to save that. So I'll probably take Blight Priest and then just attack with everything. Force trades. Looks good. Not too scared of much. There's not really even sweepers they can have. I don't want to get drained out somehow or something. They have to block. Yeah, so they're not, like, taking it and swinging back. I mean, this game is just over, I think. I can't really imagine they can win this game. CBL should be updating, so it shouldn't be working. I have it updating as we speak. Yeah, I had fun in that match. That was a good one. Not because I won, but because it was a close, long, grindy game where I did lots of stuff. I guess it wasn't that close, but they got me to 7. Let me know if Cardboard Live starts working in a few minutes. I'm updating it now. I'm going to grab my water bottle. I'll be right back. I figured out a neat trick over the weekend playing poker to get myself to drink more water. So I pack this water bottle every day full, and I tell myself I'm not allowed to order iced teas until after I finish the water bottle. So I finish my 50 ounces of water pretty quickly because then I'm allowed to start ordering iced teas. And for anybody who doesn't know me personally, I'm kind of an addicted iced tea drinker. Thank you, Lock Shamana. Appreciate the subscription. Just in person, Frat Rick at the Hard Rock Casino in South Florida. Nothing online. Yeah, the iced teas are free. I mean, don't get me wrong. You have to tip the cocktail waitress. Like, it's not mandatory, but they work for tips. So really, they cost like $1 each. But the casino doesn't charge you for that. I just always tip them $1 and get my iced tea. Oh, I know. I don't think drinking iced teas means you're going to be seriously dehydrated. But the goal was to get myself to drink way more. So basically, it forces me to down a whole 50-ounce water bottle quickly and make sure I drink it all. And like I'm always thinking about drinking it. Because then once it's gone, I can start treating myself to an iced tea every time I feel thirsty. So it's not that I think there's anything wrong with drinking iced tea. It's more that it gets me to drink this 50 ounces of water within the first like 4 to 6 hours I'm there, so that then I can start ordering iced teas. I split my time between Magic and poker pretty evenly, I would say. Obviously, I don't keep track, but I do keep track of the hours I play poker, but it's not like it has to be even. Like, I don't try and make it deliberately even. But if you rounded it off, it would be pretty even. Like, I generally probably put in about 30 hours of playing Magic content and about 30 hours of poker each week. Yeah, I don't enjoy poker. It's never changing. It's boring. Magic is always changing. You always have new cards and sets. Magic's a lot more fun. I don't hate poker or anything. Just Magic's a lot more fun. Alright, so this turn I think is a pretty clear Falconer, because next turn we can play Diviner with Shell Shield up. This turn, if we play Diviner, we only have 1 mana up, and we really want to kick this since we have Roost. If they have a removal this turn, the game's going to get tight. I mean, we're not dead, but the game's going to get tight. If they don't, we're in pretty good shape. Oh, I drink on-sweet tea. I don't put any sugar of any kind in it. Do we want this trade? Not really. Do we want to go to 6 against black-green? I mean, they could have Consumption that doesn't really deal 6. Falconer's pretty good. Next turn, we're going to be able to block with Falconer and Shell Shield. So I think we want to take this. So I do kind of, Fantasia. I cold brew my own tea in my fridge a lot. Okay, well, now I'm just going to Blood Chief's Thirst with Kicker on the Scion, I think. And then I still have Shell Shield up. I don't want them to gain life and grow it. I guess if they grow it once, I can still block it with the Falconer, so maybe I can wait a turn on that. But Blood Chiefs with Thirst, I mean, I still have Shell Shield up, and I get the Roost token. So I think that's the right move. It's highly unlikely I need to do better than kill a potential growing 3/3 flyer with it. Okay, I think I definitely want to draw Gloom Hunter. That's a really strong play for next turn. I guess after that, I'm happy to draw Grasp. I have Vision, Grasp, I can tap something. Seems better than a random card. I'll consider that, Fantasia. I've been cold brewing tea in my fridge, just not, like, literally sun tea, like the way you're describing. So if they don't have anything, this is going to be amazing, because they're going to attack with the 5/4, because why wouldn't they trade it for Falconer? And then I'll get to block and Shell Shield. Mine lives, theirs dies. I get a 2/2 flyer. Life is good. As is, I'm going to trade the 2/2 for the 3/1. I know they can bring it back as a 5/3, but they have to play another land, and then it's not attacking next turn either. I don't want to take 2 more damage and go to 4, because then I'm in Zoth consumption range, and I'm in a winning position. So I don't want to fall into Zoth consumption rage, frankly. But I'm not that worried about having to deal with a 5/3. It can't come into play as a 5/3 this turn. By next turn, it's not that much of a threat. By the turn after that. So easy. get our 3/3 lifelinker going. I'll draw Glacial Grasp. I'm not going to draw Mind Drain, I don't think. Even though they have 2 cards in hand now, they're probably lands or cards they'll play this turn, right? Like, what are they going to be holding for future turns after that? Snap Block, of course. I would literally die to a Subtle Strike if I took it. This game is looking pretty over. Well, okay, it's not completely over. So I think I'm going to Vision in response because I do have another Shell Shield, and I look at 5 cards. So if I find it and I get the Shell Shield, that's awesome. I did play 2, right? Yes, I have 1 Shell Shield left in my deck. And even though it's only a 1 of, I look at 5 cards. So I'm going to if I don't find it or something else I want to do, I still have Glacial Grasp. Okay, no help there. But now I'm in Zoth consumption range, so I'm not ecstatic about this, but I don't think there's anything I could really do differently. Hopefully they don't have the specific uncommon to win themselves the game here. So it's not that, but that's a pretty good card. It's going to let them buy back the Shade, and I'm going to have to deal with that. Let's see what we draw. More lands. So I don't think there's virtually any way they're holding anything. I'm going to have to double block the Stomper. I can do that with the Diviner and the 2/2 token, and then I will draw a card. So I can hit with the Falconer, they'll be at 7. I can hold the Falconer back, but then if I triple block, they get to kill the Falconer. I don't want that. So at this point, I think, I'm prepared to lose to a removal in addition to the Stomper if that's in their hand. Otherwise, my double block looks pretty good. I take 2, but I get to draw a card from the Diviner, and then I'll probably find more kicker cards and things like that. This has Trample. So if I attack for 6, chumped, and then attacked, I wouldn't get to attack a second time because I would literally be dead. They would trample over the Diviner for 4, so that wasn't an option. But assuming they don't have anything, this looks fine. So they had the Rebirth, okay. This is super tight. I now have a 6/6, but if I have to trade my 4/4 for the Shade, that's bad. And they have the Blood Priest, so I really need to draw something. Well, that's a something. So now I can hit for 4, play the Golem, the Skydiver, and get a 2/2 flyer. If they have anything, I'm dead. If not, I win. Or I can hold the Falconer back. Does that change my blocks? Because I'm not lethaling this turn, and I can lethal next turn either way. Then the because I can't block the Blood Priest with the Golem. The Golem's going to block the Stomper, so I don't die to Trample, I think. So yeah, I think I want the Falconer back to stop the Blood Priest. And then next turn I just attack in the air for the win if they don't have anything. So I think it makes sense to actually not hit with the Falconer. Because if they have something, it's substantially better to have the Falconer untapped. And if they have something, it's better to have the Falconer back. And if they have nothing, they die to the Falconer anyway. Plus, I'm even getting the Scry 2 and all of that. Those aren't really great or horrible draws. I don't know if I want to top those or not. Like a Bubble Snare, a Kicker card would be way better. But those aren't nothing. I mean, they're spells. They're not lands. Do I top those? I really have no idea. I don't think so. I guess if they draw removal, I'm dead. If they add like a flyer, maybe I want the 2/3 Rogue. I think I bottom both. I want to try and draw like a Bubble Snare or something like that. If their hand is 2 lands, we win. If their hand is land and a ground creature, we win. If their hand is like, Blood Priest, I don't think the 1 damage changes anything. If their hand's removal, like instant removal, they win because Stomper's trample. So pretty much the only things that really beat us are like Deadly Alliance or Zoth Consumption or like a flyer. Well, a flyer doesn't beat us because then we get trades and all of that. A flyer just makes this really interesting. But as long as they don't have, like, Deadly Alliance, I think we're in decent shape. Or Rabid Bite. Rabid Bite on the 6/6. Yuck. So we're not dead because the Falconer stayed on tap, but now it's really bad. So I have to block all 3, which means I can't double block anything. Oh, which means I am dead because the 2 points of trample. Yeah, we are dead. Yuck. That was a great game, though. I have to say good game to the opponent. That was a great game. Thanks for the subscription, TPO. I'm doing well. Appreciate the support. Feeling healthy. Drinking more water. I've lost a few pounds. I'm starting to diet somewhat because I put on some of that quarantine weight. So I've been getting some better sleep. Really trying to be a healthier person by a little bit. Not a lot. Like, I'm still eating burgers and fries or whatever. But I'm trying to watch my calories, drink more water, and get better sleep. Yeah, that was a great game. That's a nice win by the opponent. I had ammo the whole game. I mean, so did they. It was all around a good game. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's different lines I could have took to win. But sending the Falconer in the last turn, I just lose by even more. So I'm not really sure. I'm not sure if I actually made any misplays. I'm sure there's different lines I could have taken to win. But everything I did seemed right at the time. I don't know. Oh, honestly, it was just a great game of Magic. One of the arena tricks, I'm going to play the Swamp, not the Island, turn 1. Because if you play the Island, it constantly pauses and tells the opponent you have a Duelist in hand. Obviously, you don't want to tell the opponent you have a Duelist in hand. Now on turn 2, I'm going to play the Gloom Hunter, where we only have one more land in hand, so we're light years away from kicking it. I'll happily just get this drain going in the early game. Alright, so I think this is a pretty easy Duelist discard. I can ignore the 1 point of pressure. I want land 3. Feed kills their first good drop. Mind Drain's going to take 2 cards out of their hand. This looks like a pretty easy Duelist. Not really that worried about Visioning. It's nice because it's a land spell modal, but it's a pretty weak spell. Rather unlock Into the Royal, Double Roost. My deck uses lands pretty well. I'm just going to still play that. No rush to Mind Drain. Can always do it later. So I'm playing the land first, because if they go for a kill on the Gloom Hunter with, like, practice tactics, I'll bounce it. Other than that, though, post-combat, I guess I almost might as well Mind Drain now. I don't have anything else to use my mana on at the moment. I don't want to Glacial Grasp the 1 power creature. I'd rather wait for a little bit better of a target. Oh yeah, no doubt. There's definitely lines I could have took Walrus Law to win that game. But I don't think, in theory, like, it would have been right. They could have easily been holding nothing when and had me draw on the Mind Drain. Okay, let's double spell, use our mana, get as far ahead as we can. Skitter Sneak's a good enough target for feed. Pack Beast. This turn looks easy. Another nice thing is we can Into the Royal our own Gloom Hunter and then replay it as a 3/3. So we'll see how this shakes out. So that's a good target for Glacial Grasp. I may end up Into the Roiling it, but I also may end up Into the Roiling my own Gloom Hunter like I talked about. So for now, I think I'm going to definitely Glacial Grasp the Dead Worm. This way we can see what we draw off the Grasp, see what we draw for our next turn, and then make our choices with Into the Royal after that. No second black, but I'm only 1 black away, and I have Pack Beast. So I'm now an island or a swamp away from casting a kick Gloom Hunter. That said, another Dead Worm. This isn't going exceptionally well here. I'm kind of flooding. Not sure what to do. I can block Gloom Hunter on Dead Worm and then kick and bounce my own Gloom Hunter. If they don't have removal, maybe they can't race a 3/3 flying lifelink. I could bounce their Dead Worm just to buy time and see more cards and keep poking them for 1. I mean, I don't think they have a Practice Tactics or a Vanquish. They've had turns to use those. They could have a Deadly Alliance, but I'm probably not really beating that anyway. I can filter a black through Pack Beast, so even if I don't draw a Swamp in the 2 cards from Into the Royal on my turn, I have double black. Don't forget, Pack Beast has that ability to filter mana. So hopefully they don't have anything. I mean, this is still a tight race if they have nothing, because look at their board and look at mine. But 3/3 lifelink is tough to race, so we'll see what happens. You generally rather screw than flood, because when you draw out of it, you have a lot to do, whereas when you flood, you generally lose. There's an old adage in Magic that flood beats screw for that reason. But obviously both are problematic. Hey, you're not supposed to have that too. Alright, well there goes the racing plan. And I'm still flooding, so I assume we're dead. They don't even have 8, but I can double block. I don't care if they gain life now that we're not trying to race. So if they don't play a land and I double block, I'm at 9. Oh no, they can sack to the Shadow Cat, so I won't even gain 3. I'm dead. I'm just super dead. I'm not even effectively at 9 unless I block the Shadow Cat. And if I block the Shadow Cat, they can sack. I guess the only thing I can do that's even remotely reasonable... I think I'm still dead because of the ping from the Blight Priest. But, I mean, if I double block and block... I get the 3 life because they can't sack the Shadow Cat to itself. I think I still take exactly 9 this way because of the Blight Priest ping. But yeah, I'm just dead. Obviously, I could have triple chumped to not be dead, but I don't have a sweeper, so I'd be triple chumping, and then I'd have no outs and no cards in the deck. Death before dishonor, to quote the great Reed Duke. Alright, off to a 1-2 with a pretty broken deck. Let's see if we can start drawing better. I mean, my draw the previous game was fine. This game I lost to Blatant Flood, but... Last game, against the Black Green or whatever, I just lost an epic great game of Magic. Pretty slow hand. Hopefully we won't get run over. I mean, I would never mull this on the play. I wouldn't even mull it on the draw, to be honest. But I'm pretty greedy. Again, for the arena tricks, I didn't play the island because I don't want it to pause and give me the option to Into the Royal their 2-drop. Because no matter what they play, I'm not going to Into the Royal unkicked their 2-drop on turn 2. So I'm just concealing information by playing Swamp Swamp. Not that I have island in my hand. That information is not particularly valuable. But specifically, it would have paused if they played a creature. And that would communicate that I had, like, Into the Royal or Subtle Strike. So I don't want to communicate that. I'm going to block. I'm obviously looking to play a long game, make trades, turn on the Relic Golem. I don't have that many wizards. And I'm not looking to race. If I had a wizard in hand, I might take it. But the odds I top deck one of my, 2 wizards is not that high. Maybe, Aaron. I'll think about it. Okay, so I want to mill with Relic Golem, so I think I'm going to Mind Drain and take the hit for 4. The reason for this is Mind Drain takes 2 out of their hand and mills 1, so that puts 5 in the yard. Then the Relic Golem puts them up to 7, so then if I draw removal or they cast a spell that goes to the yard like an instant or sorcery, the Relic Golem's already on. And if not, it's on the turn after that, which is still fine. Throne of McKindy is excellent. The fact that it's like a 1 land that produces 2 mana whenever you cast a kick card is huge. This card is actually excellent. And that works. That's a spell in their yard, so now my Relic Golem will be on. Probably should have milled in response, but whatever. I guess not, because if they have Bubble Snare, this forces them to tap 4 mana instead of 2. I mean, instead of 1 and play it on-kicked. But now the Relic Golem's on, so we'll see what they have. I think for this turn, I'm just going to chill. I've got the Inn of the Royal if they have removal or a trick. And I can still mill. I mean, I'm not really trying to deck them, and they have 8 in their yard at the moment, but hey, that might be my win condition. And if they have, like, Might of Morasa or something in combat, then I have the Inn of the Royal, so hopefully they don't have Bubble Snare. There's not that many ways to kill a 6/6 for blue-green. Well, I don't know what they have, but given I have Into the Royal, I'm going to find out. Probably Might of Marasa. No, thank you. Hopefully they don't have Shell Shield too. That will be a problem. I would attack at this point, but I think I'm just going to win by milling, not by damage. They're at 10 cards. They can't stop me from milling this turn, even if they kill the Golem. So they're effectively at 7 cards in their deck. So I think it's much more likely at this point that I'm going to kill them with milling them with damage. You probably have Time Spiral next to your name now, Sean. I just did the set symbols as my favorite sets, and Champions is my first, and Time Spiral Block is my second. Oh, it could be Modern Masters, which is my third, also. Yeah, that looks like Modern Masters. Time Spiral is the Hourglass. I also may have listed them in the wrong order slightly. I don't mind Coralhelm Chronicler. Every time they loot, that's a turn they lose to kill me. They're at 9 cards left in their deck. Yeah, it looks like Modern Masters. I'm going to adjust them at some point, just add more and move them back. You know, I obviously want everybody at this point who was like subscribed right away to be champions. I mean, look, I know none of this matters, but I'm just saying, as far as the badges or whatever. So as the stream goes on, like when we hit 2 years, maybe I'll change it to 18 months instead of 12 months is champions, and then 1 year is Time Spiral, and 6 months is Modern Masters or whatever. 2 more drafts after this. 3 drafts tonight. This is the first of 3. Alright, I'm going to hit for 3 in the air, not because I'm dealing them damage, but because it gains life. Bubble Snare one of their creatures, because I still have Bloodchief's Thirst for a bigger one. I don't actually want to lose the Relic Golem here, so I'm not going to be able to block with it, because I know they have Might. But this turn I mill them to 3. Next turn they draw to 2, and then I can block with the Golem, because I mill to 0 right then and there. So this turn, if they attack with both, I think that's well, they might be Rabid Biting or something, but... So, next turn, I was going to say this might just be them conceding, but it's probably more likely them Rabid Biting. But I can block with Skulker on Chronicler, and I can't stop this Rabid Bite, so they're going to get 3 turns to win the game. But given they're hitting me for 3, and I'm gaining 3 back with Gloom Hunter, good luck to the opponent. I'm at 16, and they have to kill me in 3 turns. So I'm going to save Feed the Bloodchief's Thirst in case they play something giant. Obviously, I'm not that scared of taking a hit for 2. But since I have 2 removal and they have 3 turns left to win the game, I'll use Feed the Swarm on the 3/3. I'll ignore the 2/2 for now. There's something bigger. I'll Bloodchief's Thirst that so I can hit and gain my 3 again. I don't think this is even really a decision. We don't have to save it for better things. The plan is to deck them in a turn or 2. They're now on 1 card in their library, which means their next turn is their last. They have this attack and next turn. So it'd be pretty surprising if they can kill me here. I'm not saying it's impossible. I mean, maybe their hand is triple Might of Murasa and they're just going to kick, and 17 me or something. Who knows? But it would be highly unlikely. So now we're going to have a choice whether to attack the Gloom Hunter or not. Because if we block, it gains 3, so that's better. But they also might have, like, you know, Cunning Geyser Mage in hand and may bounce it. Whereas if we attack, we get our 3 life. For sure. So let's do some counting. Well, first let's see what we draw, and then we'll plan and do a little counting. Alright, so we know we're going to have a 2/2 flyer. If we go to 18, they have to plus 11 us. They can... How big does that... rare hexproof 6/6 for 7 get when kicked? How many counters does it get? It's like a 10/10 or something. I'm trying to think if they can kill me if they go bounce the Roost token under turn, on tap, play that with kicker. 10, so 10, 5, and 2 would be 17. So if I hit them for 3, they'll be a point short. So I'm gonna hit for 3 then. It will have trample because of the colony. So I'd rather gain the 3, I think, than plan on blocking, potentially. But it's a point short, right? I mean, it's more than that if I have the 2/2, but even if they killed the 2/2 and kicked it, that's 17, and I'm at 18. That's why I hit with the Gloom Hunter. Because if they went, like, bounce or kill the Gloom Hunter, and then bounce or kill the token, who knows? I don't think they can do all that. We're going to win this game 99% here, but I'm just doing my best. Whoa! Hey, Psychic Team. Alright, so obviously, whatever. It doesn't have trample, but they could play the +1/+1 Basswood or something. Oh, they can do that on anything, so I guess we'll chump the 6/6. But yeah, it's obviously well short of lethal. Well, no, they were saying good game as in the game's over. They weren't saying good game, I'm dead. I mean, they know they were short. I'm at 18. They're not even presenting anywhere near 18. I think they were just saying good game. Like, that was a long, good game. It was close. They had Rabid Bite. They had the Bowel. They were a few turns or a few cards, a few points short of killing me. I think that was the nice good game, not the mean good game. They scooped because they had no cards in their library. They deck on their next draw step. Okay, again, I play the Swamp over the island because of Arena. Don't want to communicate to the opponent via Arena stops that there's a Duelist in my hand. I'm going to feed the Swarm that just because it's such a good card, and it's going to, if it grows, I can't block it with the Skulker. Normally you play your creatures before removal, but this is going to gain life and grow and hit for 3. That's more than the Skulker's going to do in play. Now we do have to make decisions. It's Relic Golem or Skulker. If I play the Skulker with the Duelist up, I might get a free kill on the Blood Priest. If I play the Golem and I draw a land next turn, I could play the Skulker and have mill available. If I had more of a land-heavy hand, I might play the Golem and start milling. But given I have a lot to do, and I don't even have a single other land, I think I'm going to play the Skulker. Thank you, Double Pope. Appreciate the subscription. Well, there goes the free kill. No need to Duelist just to save 2 points. I can save it as a combat trick. And now I don't have any more lands, so I'm not going to save the Ghastly Gloom Hunter. Let's just get that out. Hit them for 1 a turn and gain 1 a turn. I mean, we're good on board. I'm not saying, like, combat's going to go well for us. They may have their own tricks. But we have plenty of ammo. These little creatures are not that important. And if they attack with both, we're definitely good on board. Again, just going to take it because it's indestructible. We can always Duelist later. Clearly, we want the land in play. There's no real decisions here. One thing worth noting, if you're the opponent and you're smart, you know that I have a lot of spells in hand, so I'm very likely to have a trick. If I just played a tap land here and I missed a land drop, then it's pretty likely that my hand is almost all spells or all spells. Sorry, even if I didn't miss a land drop is what I meant to say. Okay, so this looks like we can block with Skulker and then Duelist. They probably have something, but who cares, right? I'm not saying that I expect this to just go smoothly. I just don't care about these cards. Like, these cards are in here to grind and to block, and then I can play my better cards later. And, like, remember, this is hardly, like, a big blowout. They vanquished a Skulker, it blocked and saved 3 life. The Duelist is still in play. Like, who really cares? Obviously, we have to get our Roost out before we play our other kicker cards. I'll happily trade a 2/2 flyer for the Angel Heart, the Duelist for the Blood Priest. Just going to take the other 3. Smart opponent kills the Roost, not greedily the 2/2 to have a better attack this turn. I respect that. That's tight play. That's a weird attack. So they want to trade Blood Priest for Duelist, but they don't want to trade a 3/2 for a 2/2 flyer? Alright, now we've got to think. This is a really weird attack. So, what is the opponent up to? They could have Malik or Rebirth, but who cares? The Blood Priest will just drain me for 1 when it comes back. Like, I don't care. Duelist isn't doing anything besides blocking Blood Priest. I mean, they already have 2 good creatures to get back better than Blood Priest with Thort or Rebirth. I guess I'm going to block. I don't know. That was a very weird attack. I'm not saying it was wrong. I wanted to think about why they would do it. It was just very strange. Yeah, but they already had 2 better creatures to Blood Beckon. Cleric of Lifespawn and Shepherd. Alright, well, there's 6 cards in their yard. We're pretty close to getting the Relic Golem on. I'm going to hit for 1 in the air, hold back the 2/2 to block the 3/2, and pop out Relic Golem. No real decisions. I'm not going to into the roll with kicker. Times aren't that desperate. Without kicker, times aren't that desperate. But of course, I do want to trade my 2/2 for their 3/2. That's not a race I'm winning. So they're at 7 now. So if I attack, they can't really block, or that turns on the Golem to block. And then I have the Diviner, which will blank the Gloom Hunter. So for now, this turn is easy. Attack for 1, because if they trade, it's good for me, because it turns on the Golem to block with this turn. So that does also, but I think I want to save it. I can draw a card off Into the Royal and then replay it as a 3/3 instead of a 1/1. So let's go ahead and Into the Royal. Sure, I won't be able to play Diviner, and then I'll take a hit from the Gloom Hunter, but I have the Relic Golem at 8 now, so it can block the Angel Heart. So I'm only taking 1 damage this turn. No, I didn't really want to bounce the Protector to blank the tactics, because then I'd only have a 1/1 out, and they could play it and give something indestructible, and it's not attacking or blocking anyway. I wanted to bounce my Gloom Hunter pretty badly, because now I get to play it as a 3/3. Remember, they have a 1/1 out that could have traded with it. Now I'm going to play it as a 3/3 flyer, which is a very good threat that they must kill. So I'm very happy about that sequence. I don't want to get Mind Drain. My hand is really good. Think I'm just going to play this and pass. I could hit for 6 at the risk of taking 3 back. That's close. But if they have no removal, I'm in really good shape. If they do have removal, I don't necessarily want to risk losing here. My hand is very good, obviously. Well, they got me good there because they had the Kite Sail. But we're still in good shape. Now we can play the 1-mana Bubble Snare, the Diviner to stop the 1/1 flyer, and hit for 6. And then we have Low Mage for any good creature they play. So we're still in the driver's seat. Thank you, Rusty Winchester. Appreciate the subscription. I held the land because my hand was all power spells, and if they had Mind Drain and they have all these cards in hand, I didn't want to have to discard any of the cards in my hand, or at least 2 of them. Given we know they're holding all spells because they've missed land drops, and given my hand is such fire, I held the land just to protect myself from Mind Drain. Alright, let's see. So I can take any of their creatures. I think I'm going to take something. That's all I really have to do this turn. If I take the Blight Priest and I hit for 9... they kill me with a +2. There's not a lot, but there are cards. If I take one of the Gloom Hunters and I attack for 9... do they kill me with a +2? They gain 1, so I'm effectively at 3. And then I have 1 blocker for 2. Yeah, I still die to a +2. Yeah, I could just attack for 6, hold back the Diviner with Shell Shield to protect it, and take the Blight Priest. That's probably what I should do. Especially given I drew Shell Shield. So let's take the Blight Priest first. I have to play the island now or I don't have Shell Shield up. So if their last card is Mind Drain, they get the Shell Shield. But they can't play a removal. If I don't play the island, then they can kill one of my creatures here. So they're just attacking to gain 1, no problem. That's a good draw. Now we can play Roost with Kicker and get a flyer, and then we have Shell Shield up. So that means I think I can attack with all 3 creatures, right? They can, like, chump and go to 7, but then I go make a 2/2 flyer, and then I still have Shell Shield up. I guess they have to chump no matter what, and they don't have to block with the Angel Heart no matter what. So maybe I send the Relic Golem and the Blight Priest and hold back the Diviner. Still forces a chump. It gets in less damage. But then I have 2 blockers, and they'd have to play something first. I think that's fine. No matter what, I'm not going to just die to a tapper or something. I have the Shell Shield, remember? So if they have, like, Kite Sail tap both blockers, I have Shell Shield. So I can make the one of my creatures able to be hexproof and not get tapped. And then I also make a 2/2 at instant speed. The only way I think I die here is Zoff Consumption. Which, I mean, they could be holding. They've had a card in hand the whole game. They have to top deck a land. Hopefully this last card is not Zoff Consumption. Maybe I should have took Gloom Hunt. No, because the Blight Priest would have pinged me once or twice anyway. Pretty sure I couldn't beat Zoff Consumption. Alright, so do I make something end of turn? If they have removal in hand, I'll have 5 creatures, but they'll effectively be at 5 life and not 4 because they have the Gloom Hunter. And then they'll kill 1, let the 2/2/2s through, and they'll go to 1, so they won't die. But they'll lose both their creatures and be at 1. If they have a flash flying blocker, same thing. So, don't think there's a reason to Shell Shield. They have to block both anyway. Right now. I can't lethal them unless I draw something. So I think I should save Shell Shield to counter a removal. Alright, clearly I can attack with everything. I'm going to have Soaring Thought Thief at flash speed, Shell Shield at flash speed. So we'll find out what's going on. Yeah, I know Skydancer, but the thing is I wouldn't have been able to lethal them if they had Skydancer either way, because they're at 5 with the Gloom Hunter. Now they're going to go for removal on the Relic Golem, and I get more value out of the Shell Shield by keeping it around, right? Well, I mean, now I literally just kill them, but, like, either, if they would have Deadly Alliance the Relic Golem before blockers, like they probably should have, I'd make the same play, and then they wouldn't be dead because they could chump block the Relic Golem, but I would clearly get more value out of the Shell Shield than if I had made a 2/2 flyer end of turn. So that's what I was figuring out. I was figuring out, like, if they had a flash blocker or removal, do I get more value making a 2/2 flyer end of their turn or holding on to Shell Shield? And ultimately, I couldn't kill them either way, so holding on to Shell Shield creates more value. Nah, 2/2/2 flyers we get through, Calvindale. I would have had the second Roost token, and I would have had the other Roost token, and they would have blocked the other 3 creatures, so it would be 4 getting through, and they were at 4, and they'd be gaining 1, so I'd be 1 point short. I wish I would draw, like, land-heavier hands with other stuff to do and get to hold the Gloom Hunter. Obviously, the reason Gloom Hunter's so good is because kicking it is not playing it as a 2-drop. It does have the nice upside of playing it as a 2-drop in your land light hands. Of course, it's correct here, given I literally didn't even have land 3 and I have tons to do. But it would be nice to draw it, like, you know, later, or to draw some lands and some spells for the early game and then draw my powerful 6-mana card instead of playing it as a 2-mana 1/1 every game. But I'm going to spend my mana on Mind Drain. I don't need to leave up mana for Shell Shield, and I have nothing else to do right now. And then if I draw lands, I have stuff to do for the rest of the game. Diviner, Bubble Snare with Kicker, at least for the foreseeable future. Roost is a tier 1 bomb. I mean, there's other things that are certainly close. Like whether Maul of the Skyclaves or Roost is better, who knows? I mean, ultimately, there's tier 1 and Roost is in it. I like to think more in tiers than what's the best card, the second best card, the third best card. Because if they're too close to call, the value difference is probably irrelevant. So, like, you know, in my opinion, there's tier 1, Roost is in it, so is Felidar, so is Maul of the Skyclaves, so is Zareth, etc. Exactly which one is number 1 and which one is number 2 is irrelevant. Okay, I'm going to attack Gloomhunter. If they block, I Duelist. If they don't block, I Diviner. So we're good either way. The thing about Zenith Flare that made it so egregious is the deck that Zenith Flare is busted in is all 1-mana cycling cards, right? So, like, if you have a Roost, you only draw it by turn 4, like a third of the time or a fourth of the time. You know, you see, like, 12, 11 cards by turn 4 of your 40. If you have a Zenith Flare, it's a finisher that you want to be the last card of the game, and your whole deck cycles, or a lot of it. So, like, Zenith Flare would win almost every game because your deck is just do stuff, cycle, Zenith Flare. Right? So that's why Zenith Flare was so much more egregious than, like, anything else. No real decisions. Hit for the 1 and gain 1, then they can undo it with their Gloomhunter, or I could hold back my Gloomhunter just to stop the same thing. And then the Skulker's going to have a block on the Scythe Cat. If they play a land, I can still just, you know, block it if I want to. I can play the Duelist first, shrink it, and then double block it or something, or just block it, because I'll have Death Touch. See what they do. If they don't play land, it's really good for me. Why are they muted? That was an accident. Oops. Alright, so they didn't play a land. But they probably have something, right? So I think what I'm going to do is block Skulker on Scythe Cat. If they pass, I'm going to make a very not greedy, disciplined play for me and pass myself. Because that's a really good trade. And we know they don't have lands because they would have played one. So they've got 4 spells in hand. If they go for a trick, then I've got my own tricks and I'll react accordingly to the best of my ability. I can't know what trick they're going to play. There's a lot of different things they could have. But if they pass, I'm not going to use my trick and then get blown out by theirs. I'll just pass and take this good trade. I know it's rare I make such a disciplined play, but they didn't play a land, so it's not like maybe they have something. Like, they're almost guaranteed to have something. Alright, let's see. So, the -1/-1 is till end of turn. So if we Shell Shield in response, we win the fight. The Skulker will just eat the Scythe Cat and live. If we let it happen in Duelist, that doesn't really work. We'll kill the Scythe Cat, but we'll lose the Skulker. So this is a pretty clear Shell Shield. Feels like they're holding another Subtle Strike. Because if they responded... Oh, Rebirth makes sense too. Because if they had responded, this would still have... well, no, it wouldn't have Death Touch. So that would have actually worked. So yeah, no, it was a Rebirth. That makes more sense. Okay, so... Diviner with Duelist will stop either of these creatures this turn. So I think I'm going to attack with Skulker and Gloomhunter. I mean, I could Bubble Snare Gloomhunter. I wasn't gonna, but now that I drew another unconditional removal, maybe that's right. It probably is. So I guess then I can attack with Diviner 2 and just have Skulker back with Duelist to block Scythe Cat. I wasn't going to do that because a black-green deck can play some really scary threats, so I kind of wanted to save the Bubble Snare. But now that I drew Bloodchief's Thirst, I have another unconditional removal. So I guess that means I can attack with these and just Bubble Snare for 1 mana on the tapped Gloomhunter. Subtle Strike has two different targets, so the spell doesn't fizzle by giving my creature hexproof. It just that target becomes illegal, but the other half of the Subtle Strike just resolves as normal. That's why they still get the counter. Okay, now we can attack with both. Easy peasy. If they block, we still have our Duelist. If they take it, we have our Pack Beast to block the Scythe Cat. Even if they have a land, the Duelist doesn't work, but I'll gladly trade my Pack Beast for their Scythe Cat, so... So now, attack with everything. If they block with Scythe Cat, I Duelist and get them good. If they take it, they're down to 1, and life is good. So life is good no matter what. Miss Lethal, how do I deal an extra 1? Oh, flash in the Duelist and then Blood Chief's Thirst the Scythe Cat. You're right. You're right. But we're 100% to win. I did miss Lethal, though. Could have flashed in the Duelist end of turn and then Blood Chief's Thirst the Scythe Cat. It would be definitely wrong to Blood Chief's Thirst there, just to get in the 2 from the Skulker. I got to eat the Scythe Cat for free. But of course the Lethal with them tapped out is the optimal line, because that just makes it 100% to win. I'm certainly not claiming otherwise, I just missed that. I said, of course, Baconality. You come here for the profound insights. Lethal, when they're tapped out, is correct. Sage advice from the Magic Hall of Famer. So, cool, they tapped out pre-combat, so now we can block with the Thought Thief safely. I probably wasn't going to block with the Thought Thief because it's such a valuable creature, but there's no 0 mana pump in this format, so we save 2 damage. And of course, no decisions. I'm not going to Bubble Snare the 2/2. Just go ahead and play Skulker, and have Duelist up, and life is good. Got a little Rogue's Draw here. This ad quote for stuff like that is kind of like the shit Ben S says of my Twitter. I mean, of my Twitch. Shit Ben S says being when they put quotes like that a little bit out of context, but things I did like say. Like, you know, they tweet them on shit Ben S says. If you want a good time and you don't know about shit Ben S says, you should probably follow the account on Twitter. Yeah, so obviously we'll Duelist here. The Rabid Bite will then deal 0. Yeah, they're pretty funny as Beckham. And they don't make things up. Like, LSV and Pat run that account. They definitely snip out, like, individual sentences out of paragraphs or, like, I'll be using some extreme hypothetical as like, part of a thought experiment, and they'll just clip a sentence from it. So you have to take all the crazy stuff in there with a grain of salt. But they don't just flat out make stuff up. They just clip anything I say that sounds funny, basically. Okay, so 6 in their yard. So Soaring Thought Thief goes on when I attack. So I can attack with everything. I mean, I'm winning the race. I don't really want to trade Skulker for either of these, though. And I can't get in any extra damage by sending Skulker. You know what I could do? I could send Duelist and Thought Thief. Then if they attack with both, I don't block, and then I can Bubble Snare their blocker next turn. And given Soaring Thought Thief is about to turn on, I think this is a race I'm in a position to be able to win. So I like this play. Now they either trade for the Duelist, which is a fine to good trade for me, or they take 4. And then if they swing back, next turn I can Bubble Snare and hit for 7. And if they don't play any creatures, I can also Bubble Snare the Gnarled Colony and hit for more. But I'm not going to just up and do that to get in with the Skulker. I might need to tap flyers to keep attacking with the Thought Thief and milling them. I'm not that good at ending the game with my hand. As you can see, I have some lands and some removal. Well, there's a problem card. I'm not sure why they would attack here. I'll be happy if they do, because then I don't have to Bubble Snare it to get in more damage. I mean, I'm certainly not going to block. Just get in an extra hit for 3, because I'm trying to kill them in the air now that they have one of the best, if not the #1 card in the set. Be a very weird attack. So, whereas I wasn't going to Bubble Snare the Gnarled Colony, I'm going to do it now because it turns the Soaring Thought Thief into a 6-turn clock, and I have to end this game as soon as possible now that I'm playing as Felidar Retreat. The longer the game goes, the worse for me. Also, this will end up growing later. We still have Bubble Snare for their next flyer. Obviously, every land making a 2/2 is scary, but the life totals are 20 to 12. Hopefully, we can win the race. So now we have a decision, because we could use all our mana, Bubble Snare a nice 4/4, and get in an extra 3, but then we don't have Bubble Snare for their next flyer. My deck has a lot of removal in it. How many outs will we have if they play a flyer? We'll have Bloodchief's Thirst, Into the Royal, Feed the Swarm, Glacial Grasp, Lull Mage's Domination. That's a lot. Plus, we can keep attacking with the Death Touchers if they don't play a land. So I think I like Bubble Snaring the 4/4 here. This is a pretty aggressive line. Not one I would take if they didn't have a Felidar Retreat out. But with a Felidar Retreat out, I'm looking to just push in damage and be as aggressive as possible, because I cannot win like the late game against Felidar Retreat. I mean, nobody can. It's like the most powerful late game card. But it hasn't done anything yet. While they're stuck on lands and they don't have more lands, maybe I can end this game, right? Right, I could have attacked into it, and I would have if I wasn't going to Bubble Snare. But, again, I just really wanted to push in damage because I'm not winning the race. I mean, I'm not winning the late game against Felidar Retreat, so I'm trying to shorten the game as much as possible. And even though that was the last removal in my hand, I do have 5 more in my deck or something. Yeah, I don't know what they're holding, God Awful Truth. Obviously, it's not lands, so maybe they have a double white card, 6 drops. I don't really know, to be honest. All right, let's see. So, Soaring Thought Thief definitely attacks. The question is, do we send Skulker also? I actually think the answer is no, and it's complicated. Here's why. They're at 12 cards in their deck. I get in a mill for 2 this turn, right? Let's say next turn they play a land and grow this flyer to a 3/3. I can't attack with the Thought Thief, but I can attack with the Skulker and get in another mill for 2. So I don't really want to trade the Skulker for the 2/2 token right now. That doesn't really benefit me. That's like a round and even trade. But I do want to get in mills for 2 wherever I can. So that's why I'm sending just the Thought Thief this turn. Because next turn, had they played a land, they could have grown the 2/2 flyer and the 2/2 Cat Beast. And then I wouldn't be able to send the Thought Thief, but I would be able to send the Skulker. So that's the logic behind sending exactly only Thought Thief there. The most important thing now, they have 9 cards in their deck, is that I attack every turn and mill 2 if I can. And same logic as last turn. The 2/3 can attack profitably. The 3/2 can always attack profitably later, but so there's no reason to trade it for an even trade right now. Now they're on 6 cards left in their deck. I think it should just be at shit Ben S says. I can't, I mean, I could, but it'd be kind of a pain to go on Twitter at the moment. But I think it's that. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, probably. So, 6 cards. So I milled a 4, they draw to 3. I milled a 1. So they're going to have 2 more attacks. So now do we trade the Skulker for the Geyser Mage? It saves its ability to attack again next turn. So I think the answer is yes. Because all we want to not do is not die now before we deck them. And the Thought Thief can attack again next turn, regardless of whether or not they eat it with the 3/3. So we're going to put them to 4. And then we're going to want a low Mage's Domination. Do we take the flyer or the 4/4? We take the 4/4. All we're trying to do is not die, stabilize, etc. I mean, I know we can kill them in the air if they brick. But again, they're going to have 2 cards left in their deck. So, no reason to show them pre-combat. Let's just attack, let them chump or not, and then I'm going to take the 4/4. If they had like 20 cards or 10 cards or 12 cards, I might take the flyer and try for the flying win. But they have 3 cards left. So if I attack with the Thought Thief, next turn is their last turn. Even if they eat it, even if they play a 4/4 flyer, I can just attack with the Thought Thief, they eat it, and then the next turn is their last turn of the game. So just wanted to make sure they didn't kill me with something like this Vastwood Surge. Remember, they can put lands in play, pump all their team infinite here. So that's why I traded with the Geyser Mage, took the Colony, because all I wanted to do was make sure I didn't accidentally die, right? And they're not that far. I'm not dead, but they're not that far from it. These all have trample thanks to the Colony. So they're able to attack for 17. So I'm taking 13 here. But then I attack the Thought Thief, mill the last 2 cards, and they lose. If I would have not played it exactly like this, I actually would have lost this game. Not that I'm bragging or anything. No, I'm going to deck them. They have 2 cards left. Mill the last 2 and they deck. But literally, if I would have took like any other line, I would have lost this game to that Vastwood Surge. That's why I had to, brush the dirt off my shoulder a little bit. Well, if they fail to find, these don't get the counters. They get 1 more turn, but then the 4/4 trades with the 4/4, and I take, like, a lot less damage, so then it's tight. But they probably shouldn't have gotten a land. That's true. They don't necessarily win. Like, remember, now their 5/5 is a 4/4, and I can trade Gnarled Colony for it, so I take a lot less damage. But I agree they probably shouldn't have failed to find. It's a better play. They should have failed to find. It's a better play. It gives them a higher chance to win. Yeah, their deck was sick. Double Roost, Vastwood Surge, Felidar Retreat. Yeah, I agree. Some of their lines seem suboptimal. I agree with what Skit's Control said and some other stuff. They should have took one hit and then tried to grow to a 3/3 flyer so that I can't keep attacking. Remember, I was planning for that with my attacks. Like, the reason I didn't attack with Skulker is so that it could attack next turn and lock up another mill for 2. If I knew they were going to chump block, I would probably have just attacked with Skulker. But obviously I agree with what Skit's Control said. I think that, they probably should have taken the one, not be chumping the 2/3 Flying Lord with 2/2 flyers when they're still at 5. But as somebody else in the chat said, their hand was really strong, and so they probably wanted to stay out of Zoff consumption range. That's not unreasonable. Remember, we're playing with the knowledge that we know I don't have Zoff consumption. It's an uncommon, not a mythic rare. And the opponent was holding all spells and had a Felidar retreat out. So their logic was probably, I want to keep my life total above 4, at 5 specifically, so I don't lose to Zoff consumption. I'm not saying the play is right, but the logic is relatively sound. Yeah, I mean, the only reason to run out Roost without kicking it would be, like, if you had so much to do. Like, pretend my hand, similar to what it was, pretend I was going to be able to play a better kicker card on turn 4, and then another kicker, and then another kicker. I mean, in addition to the hand I have, I'd probably have to have, like, field research or something, so that I thought I would never run out of ammo. But you could envision a hand, like, pretend the same hand, but, like, Roost, field research, Royal Mage, into the Royal. Maybe you run the Roost on-kicked so that you don't fall behind when you just make a 2/2 flyer on turn 4. Instead, on turn 4, you kick Bubble Snare, then you kick into the Royal, then you kick Field Research, then you kick Royal Mage. You have a better turn 4 if the Roost is already in play, but you give up a 2/2 flyer to do it, right? So if your hand is just stone infinite ammo, like if you have, into the Royal, Field Research, Bubble Snare, Royal Mage, then you could consider running the Roost on-kicked. It gives up a free 2/2 flyer, but it gives you a better turn 4. I'm offering the trade. The only downside is losing the black mana, but the upside is I don't have to trade a 2/2 flyer for the ground creature. Plus, red. This looks like, to me, a red party deck, probably a black-red or whatever. You see they have a wizard and a rogue that aren't, like, great if you're not partying. So that's why I killed the Sneaking Guide, and that's why I'm attacking right into the Electromancer. My guess is they may have some party cards from white or black, and I'm just trying to make these trades with the off-creature type creatures. Obviously, I don't party, so I'm just looking to trade around even if I can, and keep the value of their party cards down. So now it's, do I want to trade Pack Beast for Kitesail Cleric? It does take them off Cleric, like I've been talking about. The 1/1 flyer isn't doing anything because I'm making 2/2s. But I think it's worth it. Now that I drew a Swamp, I really don't need the Pack Beast in play. I really don't use Party near at all. So I'm going to Bubble Snare the Wizard. No reason to do that pre-combat. And then I'm willing to trade the Pack Beast for the Cleric because it takes their party count down. That's the reason. I can into the Royal my own Roost. I might end up doing that. Get an extra flyer that way. I'm not going to do it now. Like, if they play a great creature, I can always into the Royal my Bubble Snare and just play it on something better. Like this 5/4. But, into the Royaling the Roost, if they didn't do anything, was an option for sure. Okay, so for now, that makes it easy. I'm just going to Glacial Grasp because I have 6 mana, and then I can reevaluate after I see what I draw. I can into the Royal the Bubble Snare and move it to the Minotaur, but the thing is I don't have the mana to kick the Bubble Snare right now, so I'm giving up a flyer that way. If I didn't draw the Glacial Grasp, I might have done it, of course, because I do need to stop a 5/4. But since I drew the Glacial Grasp, I'll just use that and then see what we draw. Stops it for 2 whole turns. I don't think it would have been right to save snare, because I didn't want to Into the Royal this. It's practically free. And I could always Into the Royal the snare to reset it if I want to. Remember, every time I kick snare, I get an extra 2/2 flyer. Alright, so we drew next to nothing. So for now, just going to attack for 2. Trade Pack Beast for theirs. And then look to Into the Royal my Bubble Snare end of turn. Can't do anything about that, nor do I particularly want to. The line now is Into the Royal the Bubble Snare, get a 2/2 flyer, and then replay the Bubble Snare with Kicker on the Minotaur and get another 2/2 flyer. And if they attack the Kitetail Cleric, I can even try and ambush it right now. So that's kind of sweet. So that's what we're going to do. Into the Royal with Kicker on the Bubble Snare, so we can replay it with Kicker again, get another 2/2 flyer, and stop the 5/4. And now 2/2 on 1/1. Gladly trade Pack Beasts. Next turn is going to be sweet now. Roost with Kicker, 2 flyers. Bubble Snare with Kicker, 2 more flyers. Do 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 do. You got a singing, Ben. Let's see. I don't want to accidentally die. There's no way they can +9 me with 1 card. They could play like Shepherd, though, so I probably want to block. If they pump with Banneret to kill one of my flyers, they're tapped out and they're dead, because they're not killing both and they're at 8. So double block on Banneret just looks awesome, right? If they pump with the Banneret, they die. They kill a flyer and then they take 8. If they don't pump with the Banneret, it's a free kill on the Banneret. So this is just a good block. I'll take the Electromancer so that I'm threatening lethal in the air, but the double block on the Banneret's a free block. They can't pump or they're dead on board, and if they don't pump, they just bury their creature. If you want to hear Ben rapping, I've got a YouTube channel for you. It's BenS_MTG on YouTube. The rap is its own clip. I think every time I do a charity stream, I'm going to make the top goal a BenS rap of some kind. So, you know, we did one since, and y'all were generous, and we raised like $2,500, but we didn't hit that top goal with the last charity stream we did after the first one. So you only got 1 rap so far. So, listen, I mean, I'll play Magic for very little, but if you want Ben rap, that's going to require some generous donations. When did I realize I became peak dad? I don't know, when I had four children. I don't have any human children. I have 4 little kitty babies, though. So, not a great hand without a swamp, but a pretty great one with it. We're never going to mull this. Sad. That I know of, that's true. Not going to Bubble Snare, because if I do it with Kicker, I'll get an extra creature, but I'll happily cycle this Glacial Grasp. Even though that's not a great target, I have nothing else to do with my mana, and I'm going to be able to spend my mana pretty well for the rest of the game. Of course, you always have to lead the Roost. Thanks, Dr. Smiley. Appreciate the subscription. No real decisions. Play my best card. They'll probably kill it, but I can't wait to protect it with Shell Shield, because they're most likely going to kill it with, like, not damage, obviously, but, like, you know, Deadly Alliance or something like that if they have removal, or Feed the Swarm. So I would need 2 more lands before I can protect it with Shell Shield. So, better to just run it and see if they have it. Maybe they don't. Yeah, I knew I could have a really good rap career, but I figured, like, since I'm also good at strategy gaming, I would leave the rapping to people who only have that as a talent. I'd be, you know, considerate of the fact that I can strategy game or rap really, really well at a professional level, whereas most people who can rap at a professional level can't also strategy game at a professional level. So, you know, I was just trying to use my talents in the way that best serves society, you know. Alright, so clearly they have something. This is a pretty interesting attack. I'm guessing it's Subtle Strike. So the number one rule for whether you play around a trick or not is if it's going to do the same thing against you next turn anyway. So if I had no instance or removal, I'd probably block. But I have Shell Shield and Duelist, so I'm definitely not going to block. Because next turn, those are cheap tricks I can easily leave up. So now the question is, what do I attack with? Or if anything. I'd like to send the Falconer. I'm not scared of anything. If they have tactics, I've got Shell Shield. I don't want to Bubble Sneer the Attended Healer, because that's not a creature I want to leave out for the rest of the game, though. How is Soaring Thought Thief as a blocker? Pretty good. Soaring Thought Thief, a 2/2, Duelist, and Shell Shield covers me quite well on the ground. So I think I'll attack with the Falconer, but I won't send the 2/2. Sending the 2/2 also seems like a little bit too much, but I want them to attack me back because I'm holding Soaring Thought Thief, Duelist, and Shell Shield. So I'm going to attack with the Falconer, and then I'll just pass the turn. I'm going to hold the land as Mind Drain protection because the most mana I need this turn is 5. 2 for the Thought Thief, 2 for the Shell Shield, and 1 for the Duelist. Okay, that's easy. We'll just go for the free kill. If they have anything, we have Shell Shield. We don't even need to use Duelist unless they play something. I guess we almost know they have Subtle Strike. How's that going to work? They can pump their creature into a 3/2. Oh, wait. So actually, if they pump it into a 3/2... I mean, I know I'm fine, obviously. I can always Shell Shield or Duelist, but... I guess if I double block, though, then they'll just trade with the 2/2. So better to make them play the Subtle Strike. I'll just Duelist it. If they play Subtle Strike, which is what I believe they're holding, they're not killing anything of mine. This goes to 2, that goes to 3, and then I can just Duelist it. And then nothing dies. The Subtle Strike goes away. Everything's fine. I could team block it if I really wanted to lock up killing it, but I just don't think it's worth it. If I would have blocked it with the 2/2, they could just pass, and then I would just trade the 2/2 for it, or have to use my tricks, and then they could respond. I don't care. These can bounce. Who cares? This -1/-1 is till end of turn. This is going to grow right back. Like, the Subtle Strike's gone now. I don't really need to kill a random little ground creature that's not going to do anything meaningful. Alright, let's see... Now I'll Bubble Snare the Blood Priest since it's a 3/2 and I want the 2/2 flyer. They're not going to 8 yet, so I can't attack with the Duelist, but I think I can just attack with everything else. I'll have Shell Shield up, and then I'll have Bubble Snare with Kicker on the 3/2. Life is good. Think any ground creature's worth drawing at this point because we're winning in the air by a lot. Just want to draw spells. Bottom of land, of course, because lands are dead. It's pretty nice. About the best they could do. I mean, we're still in good shape in the air, but given they're gaining all this life, I don't think they're going to be dead now, but it's alright. So, I want to take the opportunity to kill Attended Healer if I can. Let's say I Shell Shield with Kicker on the Duelist, and then I double block the Healer. That's pretty good for me. I'll lose the 2/2 flyer, but they're back to 15 thanks to Thort. So, yeah, let's go for that. Let's try and get rid of that healer. Oh, wait, I already have an on-tap 2/2, duh. So, And I don't care about taking a couple points. Might as well save an extra flyer, of course. So yeah, let's just block like this. And then we'll Shell Shield. I don't think they have practice tactics the way this game is played. Clearly we're bottoming lands. I'll still top any spell. I don't think there's... Well, is there a decision? Like, if I send all the flyers, this turns on. They eat the Thought Thief, but they take 10, and they don't have any life gain. So I have two choices. Send just Falconer for the profitable attack, or send all the flyers. I have a Skulker to play, a Duelist. I'm fine on the ground. So I think I throw away the Thought Thief to deal them an extra 6, right? That's a close choice. Because the Falconer already had a good attack, so I didn't actually throw away the Thought Thief to deal 10. I threw away the Thought Thief to deal 6. So that's why I think it's close. If they don't have any more life gain, though, they're pretty dead. I've also bottom 2 land, so hopefully we'll draw some spells. Well, I don't mind these trades, so whatever. Alright, that's clean. I can attack with all 3. If they block a 2-2, they take 6 and die. So they're going to have to chump block the 4-4 and take 4. Obviously, the Roost is an amazing draw, but even without the Roost, they'd be going to 1. We'd be in great shape. Hey, thanks for resubscribing, Thunderwonk. You're welcome, and thank you for the support. I'm not going to top a Pack Beast now. Now that the ground is really cleared out, I want to try and draw kicker cards. I mean, I think they're just going to die, but if somehow they survive this, I want to draw kicker cards. I mean, they're not +7ing me here, so let's see if they can somehow survive the Flying Onslaught. I doubt it. Sweet. Remember, this draft we started out 1 and 2, but the deck was broken. We thought so the whole time with double Roost and a million kicker and everything. But we started off 1-2, and then we won 6 in a row to get our 7 wins and to go 7-2 with this deck. And I'm going to jump right back into the queue for the second draft. I got to use the bathroom really quick, but I will be right back. Let me hit OK, and then I will use the bathroom. I think it was 1-2, not 0-2. But we were 1-2, and then we won the 6 straight. When we can't get the 8th player, what is going on? All right, let's see what we got. 11 seconds, but we don't need too much time to take a Leyline Tyrant. Even if it wasn't fancy alternate version or whatever, Leyline Tyrant's a clear choice over a Tended Healer. Tended Healer would be the second choice out of that pack. I did wash my hands. Look, they're a little wet if you can see water droplets on them. I also just peed in my own bathroom, so I'm not sure that washing my hands was particularly important, but I did it anyway. Okay, so following up Leyline Tyrant, there's no red card to take. We're not going to take Ambusher. Stinger might be better than Zoff Consumption in Blue-Black Rogues, but definitely not in Black-Red Party, though it's still a fine card. So, do we take Zoff Consumption? It's the best card in the pack other than Stinger. I think Blade Master and Red-White Aggro is pretty good, but Zoff is better, so I think we just take Zoff. Plus, if you start with a broken red creature like this, you may want to err towards black if it's close. If you can. You don't force it, but if you're deciding between a close black card and a close white card, because black has the ways to bring creatures back from the graveyard. So that means if they kill the Leyline Tyrant, you can Blood Reckoning it back. That said, are we going to take Electromancer over Kabira Takedown? I mean, for all we know, we still play black-white clerics. I mean, if I don't see red, I don't see red. So I think we have to take Takedown here. Electromancer's fine. It's good. It's a solid card in Black-Red Party, but I'm not going to take it over Takedown. Whereas Zoff Consumption over Blade Master, I just think Zoff Consumption's the actual better card. So this is an easy Blood Priest. The red cards in this pack are near unplayable. The white card Practice Tactics fine, unexciting. We're not going to look at Root Grazer. I mean, sure, we could go white-green, but Consumption and Tyrant are very good cards, as is Blood Priest. And basically, we're positioned well to play either white-black Clerics or black-red Party, just depending on what we see. That said, we did see a Rabid Bite, and now the best card in the pack is Moss Pit Skeleton. I mean, we could go black-green tokens. It's not, counters matter. It's not really where we want to go, because then we don't get to use Tyrant or Takedown. But our black cards, while both good in black-white priests, are fine cards for black-green as well. So this is a pick, basically, I think, between like Skeleton and Skulker. Black being the color we're seeing the most of, and the color we're most committed to. And then, we don't really have a second color, but we do have a good white card and red card, and we're not in green yet. Skeleton's really good, though, and I don't think I'm going to miss a Skulker for black-white or black-red. So let's grab the Skeleton and see what's in the next pack. Last draft, we got to draft the easy way, quote-unquote, because we saw the same colors the whole draft. This time, we've had to waffle, right? I first picked Leyline Tyrant, and we've barely looked at a red card since then. Alright, now, looks like Sajiri Shelter. White is one of the colors we're kind of messing with. It's the best card in the pack. I mean, we're messing with every color but blue at the moment, but it is the best card in the pack. So this looks like a pretty easy Shepherd. Again, it's the best card in the pack. So it looks like we're settling on a white-black. And then there's always a curveball. And now there's the best blue common or tied for it within the Royal 8th pick. There's a good card for green-black, and then there's no white or black cards. I guess, given how much we've waffled, I don't think I want to look at blue, so I'm just going to take this Beetle. We can still play white-green or white-black. Beetle's pretty good in white-green because of the landfall. And if we do pick up a fixer, we could always splash Skeleton and Beetle, so I think that's pretty much where we have to go. So let's see. Now we have to decide between Scythe Cat and Mind Drain. If we go white-green, we're losing what? Blood Priest. I mean, we're not going to splash Scythe Cat. We're probably not tabling the Root Grazer, but if we do, if nobody's white-green, that will be a really strong pickup. I think it was this pack, so I don't think that happened. I don't think these matter. Alright, so we're somewhere in Abzan. We just don't know where. Or Abzan for the correct pronunciation via WotC. I don't know. Yeah, I think Root Grazer could wheel, because there could be nobody that's exactly green and white. It didn't, but I was kind of hoping. So this is a lot of close black, green, and white cards to consider. I mean, Apparition, white's the color we're most committed to. Apparition's not broken, but it's pretty solid. Vanquish is good removal, but we might play white-green splash black. It's easier to splash into a white-green deck, too. And Skeleton's single black. Consumption's a land. So, I mean, Vine Gecko could be good, but we don't really have kicker at all yet. Black Boom Rogue is sweet, but also if we don't take a black card, there's a decent chance we'll table one of them with so many. I think this is just Apparition. I'm pretty sure white's the color that's the most open. Well then, I wish we had seen Red-Black Party. Obviously we didn't. Zagras is amazing. Can we use Zagras? I mean, we can't go Black-Red Party. We have to play white. But we could go white-black and, like, splash Zagras or something like that. I mean, we could even go white-red and splash Zagras. But there are good black cards for a black-white deck. Like Feed the Swarm and Blood Priest. I guess if we go green-white and we splash black, we can play one mountain. I'm going to take Zagras for the upside because there's a chance we can use it. Even though we can't go red-black, we have to play white. White is the only color we're committed to. I mean, we could play red-white still, potentially. So, I don't know. If we go green-white, we can splash a single red card pretty easily. If we go black-white, we can try and splash it. I mean, it's still a pretty busted card. This is a drafting the hard way draft. So now there's a Pack Beast, which we might want pretty badly. It's good for party, and it can make red mana for Zagras or something. Balaged and Core Celebrant. Obviously, Core Celebrant's really better if we go white-black Clerics. And Balaged, we don't know if we're green or not. I think I'm just taking Pack Beast here. So this looks like we want Florahedron. I mean, if we go white-green, like I said, we can splash black and red. Even though it looks kind of ugly, we have to pick up that common Reclaim, but if we do, it searches for 2 lands, and Pack Beast can make whatever. I mean, Skulker we're not going to miss. Well, there's a Roost we can't do anything with. This draft is a mess. This has been a really tough draft to navigate. Guess Predation here. What am I drafting? I mean, Springmantle Cleric, if we do green-white, light-red-black splash will be good. We really need green fixing, though. It's towards the end of Pack 3. We haven't seen or Reclaim the Waste yet. I mean, we could still play white-black and then just toss, like, a couple mountains in. Our green cards aren't that good. I don't know what I'm doing. What is this crazy format where you take a card one pick at a time and try and make a deck? We don't have any kicker for the Vine Gecko, right? Like, literally, like, none. Moss Pit. I guess we're trying to get Reclaim the Waste, and there's all of Pack 3. So I'll take the Vine Gecko. I don't know if we're going to play it or not. I don't know what I'm drafting, y'all. I want the Black Boom Rogue, but I want the Pack Beast more. Remember, this is a fixer. It lowers the cost of Zagras, and then you can just make a red mana out of it. Maybe black-green. Because, I mean, even though white is the color we had, like, the most of, our cards are not that strong in white. But white we saw a lot of in Pack 1. Hey, wait, that's a black fixer. Tap to add, pay 1 life out of mana of any color. I'm down with that. See what we open since we have so many options. So if we go black-green, there's Rabid Bite. Otherwise, there's like Rebirth or Emiria Captain. I mean, Emiria Captain could be good if we're doing like 4-color party, but I don't know if we are. If we play black-white, we lose a ton of green cards that we got late. I think we pretty much have to go black-green. And then we can splash, but our white cards aren't like... I mean, I guess they're okay to splash. These are Landspell Modals and Shepherd. We would lose Stampede and Apparition, or lose Apparition and Stampede would be hard to cast. I think we pretty much just have to take the Rabid Bite and look at black-green. I think that's the only way we make a deck from here. Of course, the pathway's blue. That doesn't help us. But Vanquish is good removal. So if black's a base color, we'll happily pick up Vanquish. Same thing with Deadly. Obviously, I really need fixers, but I'm never going to complain about this. So This draft's going weird. I think we're going to put together an okay deck here, but it's definitely going kind of weird. But we're getting good black and green cards now. That's like the third Roost we've seen randomly. Still haven't seen a Reclaim the Waste, which is all I actually wanted. Guess I'll take this for the white modal splash. Maybe we can just play white, green, and black. We do have double Pack Beasts and a bunch of modals. I mean, this is Root Grazer over basically nothing. So we're not going to splash Leyline Tyrant, because we can play Zagras off of double Pack Beast, play like one Mountain, and Lithoform Blight. Maybe we won't even play a Mountain. We have 3 sources with the Lithoform Blight. Some kind of a white, green, black deck. I'm not going to splash the Tyrant, even though Pack Beast can make 2 red. I mean, you're talking about 6 mana then. I mean, Tyrant's worth that, but we have a pretty high power level anyway. Whereas Zagras we can cast off Lithoform or maybe like 1 Mountain or off of the Pack Beast pretty well because it lowers the cost of it too. It's crazy we didn't see a single Reclaim the Waste. That was pretty unfortunate. So we don't want to get run over. We have some counters matter stuff, but not like a ton. I think Blightblade offers us more. Plus we don't have a lot of rogues. There's no shot we're going to play any of these cards, so I guess I'll grab 20 gems. But, yeah, this looks okay. I mean, it's not great. It's not horrible. This is a weird draft for sure. Most of our, like, we have a lot of white land spell modals, like literally 4 of them. So, this isn't fixing, right? I mean, it draws card, but whatever. I'd rather just have a good rogue that prevents us from getting run over. We're not going to splash a double white card like Apparition. It's fine. I don't even know if we're going to play white at all, but it's relatively free, given we have 3 land spell modals here. There's single white and another land spell modal, and Shepherd will be good in this deck, so we'll take a look. And obviously we don't have to play a single plains. We have 5 white cards, 4 land spell modals, so we can literally just play those. So let's say we do play all the colors. We have how many land spell modals? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we can play like, let's say 12 lands and we have 20 lands effectively. So that's about right. We need to cut like 2 cards. Oh, we do have Root Grazer as well, but we still have tons of white sources. This is 4 plains plus Lithoform Blight plus double Pack Beast. So we're on 7 white sources with 0 plains. And it's not like we have, land searchers. So if we put in 1 plains, it's just 1 source. And we don't have red land spell modals. And I do want to play Zagras with Lithoform Blight and 2 Pack Beasts. So I think I'd rather play the first Mountain. Could be wrong. I might play 0 Mountain, 0 plains, and still play all these cards. Pack Beast makes any kind of mana. And like I said, we have 4 white land spell modals, 3 of which are single white. So let's see. Do we have anything that we obviously want to cut? Anything bad? Because we do need to cut like 2 cards. Vine Gecko, we didn't get Kicker, right? I took it because I was going to take Reclaim the Waste aggressively. I mean, we have 1 Blood Beckoning. That's it for Kicker in the whole deck. So that's an easy cut. Grazer is good with Landfall, and we have 2 Scythe Cats. I think we want the Grazer. So we have 2 black land spell modals. So this is 8 black sources plus the Pack Beasts. 5, 6, 7 green sources plus the Pack Beasts. 2 green land spell modals. Probably not going to play the Mountain. Just going to be 8 black, 8 green. Maybe I'll just cut Stampede since it's double white. Although it is a white source for Root Grazer and Shepherd, which are quite good cards in this deck. Yeah, Stomper would be nice, I agree. Beetle's pretty good. I mean, we have double Scythe Cat. Even though we're not that heavy of a counters matter, that triggers it every single turn. I mean, we just need to cut 1. Could be like Stampede. Could be Blightblade. Yeah, it's not going to be Root Grazer. We have plenty of white sources. Right now, we're on 7 white sources. The 4 land spell modals, Lithoform, and 2 Pack Beasts. Stampede, I think, is cuttable. Blightblade is cuttable. Blood Reckoning's cuttable, but I think it's pretty good. We're mostly good creatures. Most of the cards are pretty good. I think it's like Stampede or Blightblade is basically the last cut. The thing I like about Stampede, though, we do have the Beetle and the Scythe Cat, so we can make tokens via, like, Root Grazer, Scythe Cat shenanigans with Beetle. I'm not saying that's going to happen that often. But Stampede is also just a white source, remember? With some late-game spell ability. Even, we can still just cast it off Pack Beast for, 7 in the late game. It's a late-game card. How much is Blightblade powering up? It's powering up Blood Priest for 1, and that's not even that important. We don't have a lot of party. Shepherd for 2. And Zagras. Do we have any other rogues? I mean, Zagras is a rogue, but it doesn't lower the cost of itself. Pack Beast will fill in something else. So no, we don't have any other rogues. I think it's either Stampede or Blightblade, and they're very different cards. Most of our cards are really good. Like, I'm pretty happy about all the cards. I'm just not sure whether I want to cut Blightblade or Stampede. It is good with Bite. That's a good point. Alright, I'll cut Stampede. You sold me. No, but if I draw Stampede and play it, that unlocks all these white cards, too. I don't know. It's super close. Yeah, this was a really hard draft to navigate. I think we did okay. I mean, this deck's obviously high variance, but we have pretty good cards, and our mana's fine. I don't think I want to cut Beetle. I don't have a ton of counters matter stuff, but it's pretty busted with Scythe Cat, which I have 2 of. Well, the reason we can't cut Predation is because then we would just have to put a swamp in, basically. Predation's just a better swamp. I mean, it's not like it's one of the better cards in our deck. It's just, we want this many black sources. No, it's a better swamp. Come on. When we already drew another swamp, we can take a spell out of their hand if we were a little flooding. Otherwise, it's just a tap swamp. It's not like a much better swamp, but it's still a better swamp. It's really, I'm pretty sure. I think the only cuts, like, Blightblade and Stampede and, like, Blood Beckoning would be next. But I'm really deciding between Blightblade and Stampede, I think. Because I only have the one Blood Beckoning, and I have good creatures to get back. Shepherd and Hornbeetle and Zagras and so on. So I think I'm deciding between Stampede and Blightblade, with Blood Beckoning would be the next card after that. Not going to play 41 just because it's a difficult last cut. Remember, it's not like if you cut the wrong card, it means you lose. It's like a tiny amount of value, and it's definitely correct to cut 1 and just make the call. We're going to play in a second. We're deciding a tough last cut. I'm going to cut the Blightblade. I want the white source. We have the Grazer, which is a really good card in our deck with the double Scythe Cat. We have 3 red sources, 2 Pack Beasts and Lithoform. That's not amazing, but we have ways to recur the Pack Beasts, and 3 sources is enough. I want to cast all my black and green cards. It's 1 late game red card that's single red to cast. It's a light splash. Alright, this hand's fine. It's far from perfect, but remember, Zoff's a swamp, so... Turn 1 Blightblade, turn 2 Florahedron, a land away from Skeleton, etc., etc. I don't know, yeah, I really thought I'd get a Reclaim or 2. They're not that hard to find, they're commons, but I didn't, so what are you going to do? So let's see. I need to play the Zoff as a land, and then I can go Beetle into Skeleton. Life is good. We have Vanquish for a good 3-drop or a Trick. I can trade Blightblade for Healer, no problem. Alright, I don't see a need to kill those if they're not doing anything. Gotta play the Beetle here. Then next turn we kick the Skeleton. We get 3 1/1s. Life is good. If they don't kill anything. Hopefully they don't have Vanquish or Feed for the Beetle. Boo! Boo! Well, we still have a 5/5. Life could be worse. And now with the beetle gone, I'm definitely playing Stampede. It also unlocks Root Grazer. Next turn we have Root Grazer Visionary or Root Grazer Vanquish. So that means we want to Vanquish Healer. So this looks easy. That's a really risky and powerful card. I'm just going to Vanquish it now. No reason to take unnecessary chances in a game we're way ahead in. We have a bunch of good ammo and a strong hand. We shouldn't be playing 41. 27, 28, 29, 31, 35, 40. I ended up cutting the Blightblade, number 2. Okay, they played another healer. I could Balagad Recovery and Vanquish it. That looks good. And then just attack again for a 5. Actually, I'll probably send for 6, because the Root Grazer stops the healer. Yeah, I think that's just the right play. I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be fancy. I'm already ahead. I still have plenty to do in hand. I'll just press my board advantage. Actually, I'll probably just send all of it, because if they want to double block the Root Grazer, I'm cool with that. I have Blood Beckoning, so I want trades. And if I get rid of the healer, that's kind of a scary card out of Clerics. Not super, but if I didn't have the Blood Beckoning, I wouldn't necessarily make this attack. But with it, of course, I'm down. Haven't played a land yet, so no reason not to return a land, even though I'm probably just going to play it on tapped. And I'm not going to Blood Beckoning for 1. I already have the Beetle in the yard and the Root Grazer, so we can just kick the Blood Beckoning and get back 2 creatures. No, that's not 2 for winning myself. It's 1 for winning myself. I just paid 6 mana instead of 3 for Vanquish. But all I did was use 1 card to trade with 1 card. Okay, they don't have a second rogue. I still consider anything for the Blightblade fine. So I think here it's attack with the Blightblade and the Skeleton. If the Blightblade trades with something, that's removing a potential chump blocker. I'm certainly not worried about them taking it and attacking back. I'm winning the race handily. If they go for a triple block on the Skeleton, I might Deadly Alliance one of those little creatures, but otherwise I would never do that. Even then, I probably won't do it. I'll just trade with all of them, and then I can Blood Beckoning with Kicker and get back the Skeleton instead of the Root Grazer. Get back the Skeleton and the Beetle, right? For now, though, let's just Visionary. Keep adding to the board. Hey, thanks, Sir Billingsworth, NBW 10,010. Appreciate the subscriptions. Thank you to everybody who chooses to support my content. I think I also missed Sipkin. Thank you, Sipkin. I appreciate the subscription. It's a nice drain for 3, but we're still pretty far ahead. Happily, I'll take this even trade. Keep attacking with the 5/5. So this turn, it's Blood Reckoning. Probably get back, like, Root Grazer and just drop it, and the Visionary or something. I've got the Deadly Alliance for the healer. Just keep pressing our advantage. Let's make sure it taps right. I want to add a 2-drop to the board because we're already ahead. I don't need the more powerful Beetle. The red, I didn't want to play Tyrant. I thought that would be too greedy. I just tossed in Zagras. So they look dead to me. I can kill the Blood Priest with Rabid Bite and then shelter the Skeleton pro white, and they are dead. Good game, right? Only because you said so, Baconality. Only because you said so. Hey, we made an emote for that, Winged Dragon. There's a reason that exact concept has its own emote in our channel. And I don't even believe in that in real life. But in Magic, greed is good. You're welcome, Smith Numbers. Zagreus is awesome. I am not a big Anran fan. Greed is good in Magic, not in real life. In real life, be generous, be humble, don't be greedy. In Magic, be greedy. Alright, let's see. Do we want to play the Balagate Recovery as a land? No. Our hand already has enough land to cast the 2 real spells, Feed and Sidecat. It's grindy. It's not necessarily ending the game anytime soon. Greed is good. Let's hold the recovery and see how we draw. I might play it as a land on turn 4, but I might not if we draw spells, right? Similarly, I'm not going to kill that. It can hit me for 1. I don't care. Thank you, Rachago. Appreciate the 23 months of support. Also, thank you for saying something about my grandma. I appreciate it. It's nice of you. Okay, no decisions. Scythe Cat. Next turn we can double feed. Greed is gruel. Greed is grued. So we can't get too low or these Feed the Swarms don't work anyway. So they're not the kind of removal spells you can save. I didn't really want to use it on just the Seagate Banneret, which is a card that does next to nothing. But I'm definitely going to go ahead and double spell. Remember, I also can just Balagate Recovery it back and kill their next thing if I want to. So the plan is to try and ignore the 1-drop. Use the feeds on the other things. So we don't have any white. If I make a 4-3, that's still only trading with Electromancer or Bugcatcher. We can try and race, but that's not going well. Don't even have a second creature in the yard yet. So I think I just kill the Bugcatcher with Balagate Feed and then prepare to trade the Sidecat. No, take the 3, and then the Sidecat might grow again if I draw a land. No, because I'm already going to 7, and I have the Blood Beckoning, yeah. And then also, once they draw 2 lands, they can just grow the Electromancer anyway. So I have to switch gears. I have to trade, and then if I draw power spells, cool. If I draw planes, I can cast Root Grazer. Hopefully I draw planes or creatures, so I can trade 2 things off, and then Blood Reckoning them both back and try and win that way. My worst draws here are like Swamp Forest or something I can't cast. Like that. So now, yeah, no decision. Take the hit here because I need a creature out to Rabid Bite. Then I can Rabid Bite and block with the Sidecat after that. I'm not scared of going to 3. If they have Royal Eruption, I'm not winning anyway. Who cares? So if I kick it, 2 good blockers. I take 2 and go to 1, but that's fine because then I eat something. Or I can play it and Rabid Bite, but then I just have a 2-2. Think I oh wait, I can get it back as soon as I draw land. No, I can't because I'm going to have to block with Sidecat. So we're going to kick it. Again, we're back. Our back is to the wall. We're probably losing, but we have ways out of this. Like, we could Zoff later to get the life back and get, out of range from dying to a 1-1. Blood Priest also could gain us some life. Obviously, we don't have a white yet, but if we draw Pack Beast, we can cast Cleric to gain life. I mean, look, I don't expect to win this game. I'm just saying. These blocks feel pretty much scripted. So we need to draw something. Planes work. Oh no, all our planes come into play tapped. Pack Beast works. Then we can play Pack Beast and Root Grazer. Staying alive. Staying alive. Do, 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 do. I mean, I don't know what that last card is. We're at 1, but my creatures are bigger than theirs, and I have Rabid Bite for a flyer, so. Come on! And now with the white source, I had 3 or 4 life gain cards, and they got the 1 to the face. Come on. Like, obviously, I thought I was an underdog, you know, my back's to the wall. But with the Pack Beast, I wasn't feeling that bad. I mean, we have 3 or 4 life gain cards. You know, we could have drawn Zoth Consumption, Skyclave Cleric, or Malekar Blood Priest. And I had Rabid Bite in hand if they played, like, a big creature or a flyer. So, I mean, like, obviously I'm an underdog, but I actually kind of felt like we might turn the corner, and then if I could hit one of those life gain cards, maybe I'd win the game with my bigger stuff and start attacking and whatever. So that actually felt very winnable. Obviously I was a dog back to the wall, but it felt very winnable. And then they have the exact 1 point of damage. Alright, so no black, so this is dicey, but we have 8 black sources, plus 2 Pack Beasts, so that's 10. And I'm on the draw with a turn 1 Blightblade. I don't see how I mull this. Just gotta hope we hit a black source or a Pack Beast or whatever. Thanks, Kleeman. Appreciate the subscription. Appreciate the support. I'm almost certainly going to play Stampede as a land, but we don't have a 2-drop in hand anyway, so we'll wait until next turn. The red sources, 2 Pack Beasts and a Lithoform Blight. The best red sources. I mean, 3 sources for 1 card is fine. Obviously, that's not a lot of sources, but I'm splashing for only Zagras, one late game red card. Alright, so I don't want to trade 1 for 1. Do I play the Skeleton on kicked? I don't think so. I don't really have any ways to get it back. This game's going nowhere fast. I think I will hang out. Like, I already have 3 more lands to play the Skeleton kicked. Blightblade stops the first ground attacker. This game just looks to me like it's going nowhere fast. And I don't need to draw all lands. I'm glad I drew 1 land, but we could stop now. There's literally 12 lands in my deck, not counting stuff like Stampede. Jinx, J-Shrub. Okay, that's a good draw. This turn we're still going to play a 5/5, but now we have a red mana for Zagras. And you never know if Pack Beast is going to live, so we kind of want to play Pack Beast and Zagras in the same turn, which we should be able to do pretty soon. This currently costs 5. It'll cost 4 with that out. So 2 for this, and then 1 to filter mana through it. So we're 1 mana short next turn at the moment. I guess I can play Pack Beast, because if they kill it, I have Balagan to get it back. Thanks, Real Freebie. Appreciate the 19 months of support. Thank you for your subscription. Congratulations, Implode. Try not to get too excited. I wouldn't want any ploding to happen. Alright, so by my count, I'm 1 mana short of Zagras, because if I play Pack Beast, that lowers the cost by 1 to 4, and then I have to filter for a red mana. I'm not scared of playing the Pack Beast. I have Balgi to get it back, and I've set double Pack Beast, so I think this turn is easily just 2 Pack Beasts and pass. Doesn't seem like there's any possible decision here. Nothing to Balgi yet. Can't cast Zagras this turn. Next turn we can. Hit for 1 with the Blightblade. Leaves us no good block on the Felidar. Okay, so now the Zagreus can definitely attack. All our creatures will have Death Touch, so we can attack with the Pack Beasts. I mean, any trade with them is good, right? I mean, if we lose both and they kill the Zagreus, then we can't get it back. But this is our only red card, and we have black, green, and white mana. So we don't need the Pack Beasts at all. I guess if it's 4 mana for the Zagreus, we can't play that and Vanquish. So if we play Zagreus, attack with, like, a Pack Beast, then we still have the Blight Blade back to block the Felidar, as well as the other Pack Beast. And I'll happily trade Pack Beast for any of their 3 creatures, so that looks good. Oh no, we can play it. I have a land. Duh. Sorry. Small mistake there. So, not that it's wrong to cast Zagreus, I just have to decide if I want to Vanquish. I would have already decided that, I just thought it was a mana short. So do I want to Vanquish anything? Thank you, Razmac CDN. I appreciate the support. Kind of want to Vanquish the Flyer more than the Felidar right now, since all my creatures on the ground have Death Touch. So I think for now that doesn't change anything. I'm going to hold it as a trick, because I'll see if they do anything or if they add a better creature. But for now, you know, like, I might block, like, Felidar with, like, Pack Beast, and then if they go for removal on Zagreus, then I can always respond with Vanquish on Felidar or something like that. Right, so they're going to replay a land to grow Felidar, and then I have to decide between Vanquishing Felidar or Vanquishing Raptor. I think I'm still Vanquishing Raptor, though. There's no reason to believe they can kill Zagreus, and I have Blightblade, and all my creatures have Death Touch on the ground now. So I think I just want to be able to attack for 4 in the air. Well, now I'm not going to Vanquish anything, because they're probably going to double block with the 2 Raptors, and then I can Vanquish one of them. I mean, they might have Shell Shield, but my creature has Death Touch, so I'll kill both anyway. So I think here, I guess, do I need to show this pre-combat? Not really. It's still going to do 4, even if the Zagreus dies. But I want to attack with the Pack Beast, too. They can't cast Takedown right now, though. That's for next turn. And any trade is a good trade. If I get rid of 2 creatures, they won't be able to take down Zagreus. So I think I'm just going to attack with Zagreus and the 2 Pack Beasts. No, but what if they Into the Royal? Wow, that could be brutal. Alright, I'm going to play the Blood Priest first, and then I'm going to make that attack. The way this game is played, I have no real reason to believe they're holding that. And I'm now pretty far up in life, and I have Vanquish. So we'll see what they do. If they make this block, I'll probably just pass, because I can Balagid Recovery back the Zagreus and play it next turn. So I can just let this happen, and then I can Vanquish the Felidar. Life is pretty good. Even though 2-for-1s are sweet, I think I'm just going to Vanquish Felidar now, taking them off their last good threat. And then next turn I can just Balagid and replay Zagreus. And I can replay Zagreus next turn and everything. Literally, I have all 4 types now, so it's going to cost 3 mana, 2 plus the 1 red. Right, this takes creatures off the board, which is good with Takedown. Also, it plays around Shell Shield and other possible tricks. So that's why I think I like this line. And there's almost nothing they can do. Only Negate stops me, and like they probably don't have Negate. Okay, no reason to Blood Reckoning, of course. We can always Balaged... no reason to Balaged. We can always Blood... It was what I meant to say. We can always Blood Reckoning, and then we can Balaged back the Blood Reckoning later. So even though there's only 1 creature to get, no reason to Balaged back the Zagreus, because Balaged can get back the Blood Reckoning, and then we can get back 2 creatures. Also, definitely attacking with everything. They have to do some blocking. They're not killing me on the backswing. I think any trade is a good trade, because again, we can Balaged back the Blood Reckoning and Blood Reckoning back 2 dead creatures. So I'm not like scared that I don't have the Pack Beast now, because if they kill the Zagreus, I just go Balaged, get back Blood Reckoning. Blood Reckoning with Kicker, get back Zagreus and Pack Beast. And, well, you get the deal. That said, if they take the 4, I think they're just dead. I don't think they can do anything here. So we'll just take lethal. Good stuff. Sorry, Smithinator. Zagras for the win out of an Abzan deck. If you don't like that, you don't like Magic. So I think I explained that, but I kind of jumbled my words. The line was definitely Blood Reckoning, not Balaghead Recovery. The reason is because Balaghead Recovery gets back any card, so it can get back Blood Reckoning. So what you do is you go Blood Reckoning, attack with everything, and then they have to make trades, and then later, if they kill the Zagras, you can go Balaghead, get back the Blood Reckoning with Kicker, get back Pack Beast and Zagras, and then you can play Pack Beast and play Zagras with the red mana from Pack Beast. So I just one more time in case, because I think I jumbled my words a little bit when I tried to explain that. My pronunciation of cacophony haunts your dreams, but I pronounce it perfectly every time I say it. Okay, another fine hand. Not great, but, you know, plenty of lands. These are all land spell modals. Stonework, green and black. Well, that's not mispronunciation. That's just, I thought it was a different word, but okay. So, I'm not sure whether I want to play Forest Blightblade or not, or play a tap land. Let's think about how punishing it's going to be to get in a tap land later. So next turn, we already have a 2-drop. The turn after that, we already have a 3-drop, and we want this in play, like, on turn 3 or 4. We don't want to miss counters. So I think we want to make the conservative play here, and just play, like, our worst land spell modal, turn 1. This ensures, we missed getting the Blightblade out, but this ensures our draw is smooth. Now we get to go land, Pack Beast, land, Sidecat, and then we can decide on the other land spell modals after a couple more draw steps. Why didn't you tell me I was going to top deck an on-tap land? Remember, I'm only playing 12 in my whole deck, so I didn't really want to bank on that. So this trade isn't great for me because I kind of like the fixing, but I would do it, I think, because I kind of want to clear the way for Sidecat and the Skulker can get Death Touch. But I'm also kind of scared of Duelist here. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I guess I just take it. I don't want to let them Duelist me this early. Ouch. So now I'm regretting my turn 1 not Blightblade. Played drawn 2 straight lands. I want to play Sidecat, but I'm not going to double block Stinger. So I think I just play Blightblade here. Next turn I can still go Sidecat land and not miss counters. Even though this isn't mana efficient, I think it's the right play. This is going about as poorly as possible. I mean, don't get me wrong, I can still very easily win this game. But basically nothing I've done has worked out the way I would have wanted. That mill worked out, though. Milled a bunch of garbage. Thanks, Game Day Rising. Appreciate the subscription. Alright, and that's a decent draw. So, I guess I'm not going to get decked because I can always vanquish the Stinger. So I think I want to do that. So this turn I want to play Sidecat in a land so I don't miss counters. Now that they have the Cliff Haven, I don't think I really need to hold back. And I think I'm happy with trades. So I think I'm going to send the Pack Beast. Try and make trades while they don't have Duelist up. I'm not setting the Blightblade because, like, if they take it and then kill the Sidecat and swing back, I'm trading, like, 1 for, like, 4. But, ultimately now, with the Blightblade back and the Sidecat back, I think I'm okay. And if they use Duelist now on turn 5 on the Blightblade, good beats. Like, I can't really stop that. Look, if you spell something wrong on purpose to try and trick me, I can't be held to blame. Ganymede, I give up. Thank you for subscribing. I do appreciate it. I'll never say your name right, but I appreciate the support. Okay. Land turns this into a 4-3, and then I can attack. If they go for a block with Skulker, if they had absolutely nothing, I'd blow them to smithereens by vanquishing the Stinger. I guess it's worth trying. It's probably not going to go that way. If they take it, I can just play the Root Grazer post-combat. Seems worth trying. I don't know. I don't expect this to work, of course, but there's a lot of cards they can't have. Like, Vanquish doesn't interact with this. Fairy Duelist is not a big deal. They'll re-give Death Touch to the Skulker, but I won't get blown out. Same thing with, like, Shell Shield. They can Shell Shield the Stinger, but okay, then I trade Vanquish for Shell Shield, Scythe Cat for Skulker. Life goes on. And if they have absolutely nothing, this is amazing. I eat the Skulker. Did not expect that to work. Oh, they just clicked through. They could have Soul Shattered the Side Cat. And again, it wasn't a blowout for me if they had Soul Shatter. I just vanquished Stinger, the best creature to vanquish anyway. But obviously, they didn't have to lose their Skulker. The drafts today are good. We 7-2'd the first draft, and now we're 2-1 with a pretty sweet deck so far. Alright, so we can cast Root Grazer, Balagid Recovery the Scythe Cat, because with Root Grazer we can grow it every turn. We do have to race Stalker and Kite Sail then, but I think we can do that. We have Zoff Consumption, so we kind of want to race. I guess, is there anything better to get back? We could get back Visionary, draw a card. I think I like this line. Oops, I should have attacked for 1 first, but whatever. Because they can always sink mana into the Stalker, so if we trade with the Blood Priest, that makes it more expensive, so that's good for us. And of course, if they take it, we have ground blockers. And I'm going to get back the Scythe Cat. It's even though we don't have lands with Root Grazer, we can grow it every turn. And I mean, none of the other cards are that exceptional. I mean, we could vanquish one of their creatures. I think Scythe Cat is better than theirs, or we could get back an even creature and draw a card. But I want the game to be a race. Like, if they race, I'm happy about that. Because I have the Zoff Consumption, and they don't know that. So now, looks like a pretty easy attack with everything. If they trade, it's good for me. Again, it makes this more expensive to pump. Okay, there goes that. I'm probably going to pick up a basic anyway. We have another Scythe Cat. We might draw it. Also, we just have enough mana to cast everything. As far as on the ground, there's nothing for 1 black to pump this, so we'll just attack with both. They'll probably bounce the Root Grazer and the Stalker and take 1, but you never know. Maybe they'll be afraid we have pump or whatever. Subtle Strike is the only relevant trick, I think, here, and it costs 2. Melik or Blood, whatever, does nothing. Like, they can kill the Blightblade and lose 2 and play the card. I won't care. See? We snuck in 2 extra damage, which could easily matter with his Zoff Consumption in our hand, right? And it's good we have this 1 land in our hand, because now if they go for Mind Drain, we can bounce another land and protect the Zoff Consumption. I did. I put a land in my hand end of their turn. I probably won't put a second, but I definitely wanted to put the 1. Because I might not want to tap. I might want to tap 6 for Zoff Consumption and have 1 land on tap to play around Jurari Disruption. I just need 1 in my hand because if they go for Mind Drain, then I can bounce the other one in response and have 2 lands to discard. The key choice that was that turn where we got back the side cat with Balaged and played Grazer, and the thing was we wanted them to race us. And given they had Sea Stalker and Kite Sail, it looks appealing to them to race, but they don't know that we're holding an 8-point life swing in our hand. Okay, no decisions. Guess maybe I should have put the land in play end of turn, but whatever. Thank you, O Scout. Appreciate the subscription. So now I'm just going to play the land. Zoff Consumption for the win. If they don't have negate, they're dead. Assume they're just dead. If they do, of course, we still have attacks. Negate is not a heavily played card, so it's not really something I'm thinking about. Jurari Disruption, on the other hand, not a great land spell modal, but it's an almost auto play. So, it is something I'm thinking about. Right, but I can't tap the same Root Grazer at the same time to put a land in play and to pick up a land. If I would have put the land in play end of their turn, I could have played Rabid Bite and Consumption the turn before, but I didn't necessarily want to do that, because then I wouldn't be able to protect... let's say I drew a spell. I'd have no lands in hand, right? And I wouldn't be able to protect Zoff Consumption from Mind Drain on the following turn. So, if given perfect information, I could have done that, but remember, I didn't know I was going to top deck Rabid Bite, and I didn't need to kill them that turn. It's not like I was under such tight pressure that I'm like, well, if I draw a 2 mana or less removal, I can lethal next turn. Like, that's not important, right? I can just lethal the turn after that. I'm under no pressure. I was way more scared of them mind draining the consumption out of my hand. So that's why I took the line I took, which I think was correct, but I'm not sure. If I already had the Rabid Bite in hand, I would have put the land in play and went for lethal the turn before. But if it involved just top decking a 2 mana removal, I don't think it's worth it, because it opens me up to Mind Drain potentially. Alright, so this hand's fine. Again, looks like a 1-lander, but it's really a 3-lander. Turn 1 will probably just drop Consumption, because we have very few white cards in our deck and tons of black ones. So we need a swamp in play. Then we can start casting like 2-drop and then tap land 2-drop, or if we draw on tap land, we'll have more options sooner. Yep, and no, well, actually now we do have a decision. So I need to vanquish that next turn, because the turn after that it'll grow to a 4/4. I was going to just play on tap land 2-drop, because if I don't draw an on tap land next turn, I could always play tap land 2-drop again. But now I really want to cast Vanquish next turn, like badly, so I think I just have to play the tap land. Because this grows to a 3/3 this turn and then a 4/4 the turn after that, so I have to Vanquish it this turn. I can't wait. I wouldn't care about taking a couple points of damage. What I care is that when it gets the 4th power, then I can no longer Vanquish it. But, looks like they didn't have anything, but I'm not psychic, so. And I now don't know what I want to vanquish. Guess I have to vanquish the Scavenger, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, they probably have Clerics, they're black-white. They probably just wanted to get the Scavenger out this turn. Definitely going to vanquish one, and I'm definitely going to do it right now. No reason to let them play tricks. The only question is which of these 2 monsters do I vanquish. I guess I have a bunch of ground creatures to try and block the life bond. I think it has to be the flyer. I can return the Vanquish, but there's no guarantee it's going to kill either of these by the time I can return it and play it. Obviously, we'll see what they do. But if they do nothing, I can just put out like Visionary or something to block Life Bond anyway. Alright, so while I want land 4, I think I'm going to discard Swamp and be greedy. I have stuff to do in the meantime, and if I draw land, I can cast the most expensive card in my hand. And then I'll probably just discard like a Pack Beast. That seems pretty clearly correct. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. Thank you, Metal Moose Butt. Appreciate the subscription. Try not to sit on anything too soft. You might break it. Okay, so we can't Zagras this turn, but if they don't kill the Pack Beast, we will be able to next turn. So this turn with Pack Beast and Blood Priest, I don't think there's a reason to bluff attack. The Florahedron's not a type. I'll just play it as a land. That's roughly as valuable. Hopefully they don't have a second Mind Drain, but I don't know. Maybe I can hold the Florahedron to play around Mind Drain. I can cast Tank Zagras now. Yeah, I don't need any more lands and play that bad. And then if they kill the Zagras, I have Balagid to get it back. So, and if they play a Cleric pre-combat here, I can always throw the Visionary and the Blood Priest on Life Bond. Even though I wouldn't need to do that once they gain Death Touch, I don't mind. They're pretty weak creatures, not doing a whole lot, save the 5 damage. Whoa, a couple more subscriptions. There's been a ton of subscriptions today. Which I know makes sense because I was gone for a while. But again, it is a huge compliment. Thank you, everybody who saved your subscription, who subscribes and supports my stream. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Vadre, 19 months of support. And thank you, Chet the Jet, a new subscriber. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and I really appreciate your support. And thank you, Azidles A. Appreciate the support, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. Thank you. Alright, so Zagras is 4, not 3, because we have to filter mana. The only question is, can we attack? With 3 mana, they probably can't kill Zagras. I'm not winning this race, so I'm not going to attack with Zagras. I want that back to stop the Shepherd. But can I send any of these? I don't have 8 in my yard, but this still has Menace, but I'll have Zagras up. So this is a pretty interesting spot as far as the ground. I think I'm going to send the 3-2. And that's it. I feel like I have enough blockers. They have 1 card in hand. Maybe they can kill Zagras on their turn. Maybe they can't. There's almost no ways to kill it now. Hey, I'm glad... Whoa, the hype train is real. Thank you, Blink Twice. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you, Eric Fountain. May your fountains be filled with delicious water. Hydration for the win. And we have a generous 300-bit donation from Techno Shaman and a sub gifted out from Gerbeer Pig. Whoa. And 25 emotes gift shared. Thank you, Nixius. I don't really know what's going on, but 5 subs gifted, 100% hype train. Twitch is doing some things. I don't know Twitch that well, but thanks to everybody for all your generosity. I see Fake Jake Brown just subscribed. Thank you, Gerbeer Pig, for gifting one out. Thank you, Nixius, for incredible generosity, gifting out 5 subs, making 35 in the channel. Thank you, Nifty, for subscribing. Thank you, Haba Hut, for subscribing for 21 months. Y'all are awesome. Really appreciate the support. I don't know what they have. I know they have something. I have Balagid to get it back, but I don't want to firefight over Black Bloom Rogue at the same time as I block Shepherd. Clearly, I have to block Shepherd, so I'll take the 2 this turn and find out what they have, and then we can always adjust after that. So now I want to get back Zagras pretty clearly. I can't play it yet, but I can take another hit for 3. So it doesn't seem like I have too many choices. I need the 1/1 Death Touch out. I think it's pretty valuable. Get back Zagras. And then we can still hold these 2 cards to protect us from Mind Drain. A card that we can actually beat, so. And then now I don't have any more attacks. But that's fine. They only hit me for 3 this turn. I'm fine on the ground. And then after I play Zagras again, hopefully they can't kill it again. Thanks to everybody who just donated, subscribed. Thank you, Nixius, for generously gifting out 5 subs. That's huge. Also, thanks everybody if you subscribed in that run and I somehow missed you. That was pretty incredible. That hype train just went like... So thanks to everybody for all your support. Okay, so we can't block the flyer. They might have Subtle Strike. I don't think I can do much to play around that. I can put like Blightblade on Cleric of Life Bond, and then if they have Subtle Strike to kill the Blightblade, whatever. They're not eating anything with the Life Bond. And then I can double block here. I can't lose the Pack Beast, so this block looks almost automatic. Because if I knew they had Subtle Strike, I can't stop them from -1/-1ing the Pack Beast. But if they -1/-1 the Pack Beast, then the Blightblade lives to kill the Life Bond. And then they can +1 here to kill both, but I don't care that much about these ground creatures. So this block looks pretty automatic. I think they might just be doing this to keep me off Zagras, because if I lose all these creatures, I can't cast Zagras. But they have to play something, because right now this double block, I'm only losing 1. So I'll still have 2 out. So Zagras will cost 4, effectively 5 if I filter through the Pack Beast. So I'm actually still able to cast Zagras next turn now. And it's not like I could take a bunch to play around stuff, because, I mean, I'm at 5. So, pretty sure that was the best we could do. Well, that Ox is probably going to beat me. Anytime they draw a land, they can tap Zagras and then hit me with the flyer. Now, they can't attack on the ground. Like, if they tap Zagras here and they attack with all 3, my 2 other creatures have Death Touch. So, they're trying to kill me in the air with Shepherd now. So, I can win this game well, maybe they forgot my creatures had Death Touch. This attack was quite bad by them. They're supposed to just hit me with Shepherd, and then when they draw a land to tap my only flyer, they win. Now, they have to top deck a removal to win, but not like a land. So that was... They shouldn't have attacked on the ground there. They probably forgot my other creatures had Death Touch. Sadly, we're just drawing lands. Obviously, I can't attack with Zagras. I'd be dead, but we can attack on the ground. They probably won't forget it has Death Touch again right now. To quote an ex-president, fool me once, well, you can't fool a fool twice, but, you know. We have 2 side cats, so I should probably hold these lands. I mean, I have removal too, so while I die if they draw removal, if I draw removal first and kill Shepherd, then I just hit them for 8, and life is great. So hopefully we'll draw removal soon. So that's not removal, but it's a pretty good card. I guess this is easy. I just attack with the 2 ground creatures and kick the skeleton. The only way they can kill the beetle would be a double block. They're never going to do that, and I'd be fine with it even if they did. It would take care of their flyer. And since I'm about to make a bunch of 1/1s, I don't need the Florahedron back. This is a tight game. I don't think we're going to play enough turns now where I want to be holding 2 lands. Don't draw removal! Don't kill me! Please, this was such a sweet comeback. Just brick! Just brick! Please! Okay, so we can assume they don't have removal, because if they had any removal, like, I mean, they could have something that kills, like, a small creature, but if they have anything that kills Zagras, I'm just dead, because they would have killed Zagras and attacked. So, can I attack with everything? I can't make any post-combat blockers. So, if they chump the skeleton with the Blight Priest and take 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, they're dead, I lose a game to Subtle Strike, but I don't need to hold Predation, so I can see their hand. So let's say pre-combat I Predation, they have nothing. Then I can attack with everything. If they only block the 1 biggest creature, it's 11. So they have to block 2 creatures, and that's great for me, because all my creatures have Death Touch. So they'll lose both their creatures no matter what they block. So let's Predation and make sure they drew a land. Disenchant, which doesn't affect anything. Then if my math is right, we want to attack with everything, because we don't want to lose the game to removal. So this forces them to block 2 creatures. And if they block 2 creatures, they lose both their creatures, and then we don't lose the game to them top-decking a removal spell. So that's why we attack with everything. Blight Priest on Skeleton means if they didn't block with Shepherd, they would take 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 exactly. So as long as I can still add and subtract, which maybe I can't at 37, but if I can, They have to block with both their creatures, which means we kill both their creatures because all of our creatures have death touch, and then we don't lose the game to removal. So that's why we made this alpha attack. I mean, if they blocked that with Shepherd, it's the same thing as if they blocked it with Blight Priest. It's exactly 11 coming through. So the whole point is they have to block with both creatures. Woo! What a win. That was a great game of Magic. You gotta love that. And I mean, their only out would be like Zoth consumption or something. Black-White doesn't really have haste creatures, so they know whether they have a Zoth consumption in their deck or not. They did badly misplay. They made one mistake that whole game that was meaningful, but that one attack where they attacked with the ground creatures. What they should have done there was played the land, tap my Zagras, and attack with just Shepherd, and then, if I don't draw removal or another flyer, the next time they draw a land, they tap the Zagras and attack with Shepherd for lethal. Sending the Ox on the ground was a huge mistake. There's no reason to send the 4/4 Cleric on the ground either, but that didn't matter that much. But I mean, look, that's one small mistake over a really complex game where they were way ahead. That still feels really good to me. Thank you, Chimp Funks. Appreciate the 23 months of support the entire time I've been streaming. I started with the MPL contract January last year. So, unlike usual, when I say this hand is fine even though it doesn't look it, we don't have a green source. So this hand is not great, and we're on the play. We do have 8 green sources, 2 Pack Beasts, and Lithoform, whatever. So we have 11 green sources, so that's a lot to draw into. We have Feed to kill their first creature, and this hand is really good if we peel a Forest. Even a Pack Beast is okay. Do we mull this, or do we keep it? I feel like it's a close hand, like a super close hand, but I still think it's probably a keep. I mean, we have the Feed the Swarm to kill their first drop, and we have 11 green sources. 2 Pack Beasts, Lithoform, and 8 Forests, or green land spell modals. Keep and lose, I'm down. This hand wants to play lands for quite a while, and we might need to play Pack Beast next turn and then filter for mana or something, so I'm going to play the Consumption right away. While I'm greedy enough to not mulligan, I'm not greedy enough to hold the Consumption in this hand. And it's important that we played the Pack Beast here, not a tap land, because if we don't draw a Forest, we go Swamp Moss-Pit Skeleton here. Now we have a choice again, because I kind of need more lands in play and take down's a tap land. So now I'm not sure what to do again. I guess the Skeleton can come out as a 5/5 later, and I want to play the Sidecat next turn. Normally I attack with Pack Beast in spots like this, because it's not that big of a deal if it dies, but I'm not going to, because I need it just to cast my whole hand. So I'm going to play conservatively now. I kept the hand, but I'm going to make the conservative play of tap land, not attack with the Beast, and just chill. I really want to start casting green spells, but I wasn't in a rush to play the Skeleton since I can play it with Kicker. And I want to get the Sidecat out as soon as possible so that any future lands I play grow it. And if they do draw the Pack Beast, at least I have the Sidecat in play. Thank you, Hinaya. Appreciate the subscription. I couldn't do anything different order-wise. The Sidecat cost 4, because I had to make a green mana to cast it. So hopefully we'll draw a land and just kick up Skeleton. But if not, we still have some options. I mean, we can't play Visionary, but we can play a removal. Well, that's not a green land, so now we can't cast Skeleton. That effectively costs one more. But we can play Visionary. We don't want to trade Sidecat for Seer, I don't think, since Sidecat's going to keep growing. Plus, we have 2 removal in hand anyway. So this turn is just land Visionary, I guess. I would have rather just cast Skeleton than Visionary, but we don't have a green, so we're 1 short. But it's not like Visionary's a bad ad. I'll gladly trade Visionary for either of their creatures. I don't really want to trade Sidecat. That's funny. Now I have to discard my Forest, maybe? Oh, no, I can discard the Skeleton, and then play the Forest, put it back on top because when the Sidecat gets a counter and cast 2 removal. I could discard the Forest. If I draw a Forest, I can still cast Skeleton. And if not, I can still cast Rabid Bite and Feed the Swarm. So, I mean, the only 2 cards I'm considering here... Oh, I have to show 2 cards. So, okay, I just have to show them Forest and Skeleton, and then they decide. And I'm fine with either, but you're 100% right, chat. I don't get to pick, because I have to show them 2, not 1. And obviously, I don't want to show them the removal. This card comes back when I play the Forest, and the Forest is somewhat useful. So, I mean, this was clearly show Forest and Skeleton. Now, if it was show 1, whether I showed Forest or Skeleton would be interesting. But if it's show 2, which it is, then you clearly show Skeleton and Forest here. Hi, Zagras. Nice to see you. I'm not sure that I play Zagras this turn, though. Because if I kill their 2 real creatures, I can attack with the Visionary and the 4/3 Sidecat. And then I can just Zagras next turn. They have their mana up. I don't really want to Rabid Bite, though. This is pretty interesting. I mean, I guess they can't have, like, a lot of removal spells. Like, I can grow Sidecat to a 4/3. I can't Vanquish it. They could definitely have, like, Into the Royal, or they could have, like, Duelist. So maybe I will just play Zagras here. Because I think, like, the cards that can still be in their hand that make sense are, like, Duelist and, like, Into the Royal. So I think what I'm going to do is just play Zagras. I'm going to play the land, put the Skeleton on top. The reason I'm doing this first is because they could have Jawari Disruption. And then I'm just going to play Zagras and attack with it. If they counter it, I'll reevaluate. They probably don't have Anti-Cognition. Maybe they do. Zagras is great, but I mean, my creatures are bigger than theirs, and I have 2 removal anyway. I didn't need Zagras to resolve there. And I have ways to get it back. Other than that, I guess I attack with Visionary, because if it trades with either of these, that's a good trade. I don't want to trade Sidecat for Seer, though. So, they had Anti-Cognition. I don't love my line there. If I knew they had it, I'd do something different. But again, Zagras is amazing, but my creatures are bigger and the same size as theirs. This isn't like the last match. And I'm drawing a 5/5 next turn anyway. So, like, obviously, if I knew their hand was non-Into the Royal, non-cards that interact with Rabid Bite, and it was Anti-Cognition, I wouldn't play the turn that way. But I'm pretty sure my line was correct in a vacuum. And it worked out well, even in hindsight. Predation whiffs, because I have the 2 mana removal spells, whereas Predation would have gotten Zagras. But, I mean, like I said, we're not Psychic. Anti-Cognition was hardly a blowout there. Zagras was great, but not of, like, super importance to us winning or anything like that. Thank you. I can't possibly even attempt to say your name. Thank you, a bunch of O's, U's, I's, and N's. I appreciate your support. Okay, so if we killed their creatures, we could attack, but getting out a 5/5 just has more value. So for this turn, let's just rock that. I'm certainly not trading Sidecat for Stalker. They have the 3 up to pump. We can chill for a turn. Now it's going to be more interesting, because with shields down, we really want to use Rabid Bite. Feed the Swarm is pretty safe to use anytime, but if your opponent's a deck like Blue-Black with lots of bounce, tricks, and removal, you don't really want to use Rabid Bite when their mana's up if you can avoid it. This turn I can play Sidecat and Rabid Bite, so we'll probably end up doing that. We can even cast Stampede, make a white, and we have a white, and pay 6. So this turn looks like we want to play Sidecat for 3 and Rabid Bite for 3. And that's cool. If I Rabid Bite away, like, one of these two creatures, they have no block on the skeleton. So the only question is, do we Rabid Bite the Geyser Mage or do we Rabid Bite the Stalker? I think it's the Geyser Mage. They only have rogues out. I'm not worried about the unblockable. They'd have to pay 4 to pump this. I think the Geyser Mage is a little bit better. It can block the Scythe Cat a little bit better. So this turn is almost scripted. It's going to be Rabid Bite, attack with Skeleton, and play Scythe Cat. But what I'm pondering is whether to Rabid Bite away the Geyser Mage or the Stalker. Yeah, but I don't care about the Pack Beast trading with the Geyser Mage. I'm more concerned about their ability to block Scythe Cat profitably. And the Stalker's not, like, they have to pay 4 to give it +1/+0. And I'm not at all worried about them making it unblockable and attacking me. I'm winning the race by miles. It's really close. If you killed the Stalker here, you'd be fine. If you're thinking like you would have killed the Stalker, no problem. If your turn would have been something other than Rabid Bite Scythe Cat, I might say you're making a mistake. You could kill either Stalker or Cunning Geyser Mage there. It's extremely close. But my logic for killing the Geyser Mage is that I want it to be harder for them to block and kill the Scythe Cat. Alright, so we can't feed the Swarm and Stampede. So this turn, we're going to feed the Swarm the Relic Golem for sure. I assume just play the land and grow the Scythe Cat, attack with just the Skeleton. So there's no need to grow the Scythe Cat first and show them that. So this just looks like feed the Swarm the Golem and attack with Skeleton. And then post-combat, we'll play the land and grow the Scythe Cat. By the way, I don't know if this is him or not, but there's an old school Florida pro named Billy P. He was a good player. He played in a ton of pro tours. He had some good finishes. Like, he was always a very good player. I don't know if this is his account or not. Obviously, Billy's a fairly common first name, so could be somebody else, could be him. But the Billy P I'm talking about, for anybody who's familiar with him, Billy Postalway, it's an old school Florida player who played in a bunch of pro tours and is quite good at Magic. Okay, so we can Stampede. I don't have to wait for lethal. They can pump once. So if they double block the cat, they'll kill it, but then they would die, so that's fine. So I think I'm going to Stampede and attack with everything. Let's see. They could definitely be holding into the Royal. I don't think there's too much they could be holding. They can't double pump, so maybe I just play it slow because we're winning. Maybe I attack with Skeleton. If they kill it, I play something to put a counter on the Scythe Cat and get the Skeleton back. If they take it, I play the Cleric, and then I have more creatures for the Stampede next turn. I think I'm going to play it slow. Because they don't have a block on board on the Skeleton. We have another creature to add to the board, so we can always wait a turn on the Stampede. If I go for the Stampede and they have into the Royal, it's not like I'm in a losing position, but why give them, like, the ability to turn the game? We're not under any pressure. We're just getting further ahead. We'll just Stampede next turn. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Come on. You know the deal. I play Magic pretty well, far from perfect. I pronounce everything as bad as possible. And it's not even on purpose. Like, obviously I'm not making that much of a concerted effort to try and pronounce things correctly. But I just, like, we have a command pronunciation in this chat. That'll tell you all you need to know. Sweet. Another nice game, another nice win. Grindy, fun game. I mean, I was ahead and not behind, but remember, I had to work with no green mana, paying an extra 1 for everything, and so on. Probably nothing serious, but, you know, Arena does that memory leak thing, so I'm just going to quickly restart it and just get into the next game. I don't want to, like, have problems in the middle of a game, and you saw it just lagged a bit after that game. Should be back immediately, assuming there's no real unforeseen problems here. I don't know, McAtee. I think they just moved on from Magic, you know? Some old schoolers hang around and some old schoolers disappear. Okay, again, another fine hand. We have the Blight finally. It's off for a Swamp. Oh, wait. I don't know what order I necessarily do things, though. So I need the black for Blight. But I also could ramp on turn 2. But if I don't get a black out, I can't cast anything. So I think I go soft here, and then probably Florahedron next turn. Because I'm not worried about them killing the Florahedron. I have plenty of lands. Ramping on turn 2 is of a lot of value. But I have to put a black source in play. None of my green here fixes. No problem. So now we can play the Blight Blade and the Lithoform Blight. Guess no reason to show them we're holding more lands. Let's just get that out so we can cast all the cards in our deck. And then we can put out the Blight Blade. I'm definitely cool with this trade. Even though it adds 1 to the cost of the Zagras. Whatever, we can't cast it this turn anyway. I can always put out the Cleric and then cast it the turn after that. And that looks like what we're going to do. This only makes single white. See no reason to hold the Stampede. We're probably not going to have that many creatures out. Just going to go ahead and play this and play this. Now we can cast Zagras next turn. Remember, even if I didn't block, I only had 4, and the Zagras would have cost 5 this turn, so there was no way to get it out. Now it's a little bit of a decision, because I can play Zagras if I don't block, whereas if I do block, they obviously have, like, Subtle Strike or something. But I don't care at all about Skyclave Cleric, and I could just play the Zagras 1 turn later. So now it is a decision. I don't have any 1-toughness creatures to kill with Subtle Strike, so I could definitely play around it. But I could also gladly trade a 1-3 for Subtle Strike. I mean, it's literally my worst creature, right? Like, in my deck, basically. Yeah, I just want to slap down a 4/4 Flying Haste, though. They missed a land drop, so I want to start pressuring them. Alright, no reason to Predation first. They can't even cast. They don't even have 3 lands to cast cards that cost 3 or more. They might have Practice Tactics. That doesn't work here. So, just going to play Zagras. If they have Feed the Swarm, I couldn't have stopped that anyway. Oh, looks like Cat Scandal had enough of being mana screwed. Six and 1 with the 4-color deck in a really tough draft. We're running hot today. See if we can get a back-to-back 7 winners. One more draft today. After this, I'm going to do a whole nother draft, play it all the way out. This is draft 2 of our usually scheduled draft programming of 3. Thanks for watching, Link GMG. Yeah, it's pretty cool when you have 12 lands in your deck and you have 20 lands in your deck at the exact same time, right? We have 8 MDFCs, so we're effectively like playing a 20-land deck or a 12-land deck as far as Flood and Screw go. Yeah, as usual, the hand's fine. Looks like a 1-lander, but it's really a 3-lander. Casting Skeleton on turn 2 is fine, but it's never exciting, so most likely I'll go turn 1 Blight Blade, and then turn 2 we'll see what we draw. Almost certainly I'm going to end up playing Predation as a land to unlock black cards. But if we draw a Swamp, we don't have any 3-drops, so then I can cast the Skeleton. Okay, now there's no decisions. We have to get a black land in play. I kind of want to play Beetle before Skeleton if I'm not under too much pressure. So that said, I could play Balagit as land 5 to ensure that, but I already have 4 lands and Visionary draws a card. So again, I'm going to be greedy because black-red, I'm not under pressure. They played a 1-mana removal and they played a card-drawing spell on turn 2. So there's a good chance they're holding removal, but I have Balagit to get back like the Beetle or the Visionary. And I already have Draw Step, Visionary card, Draw Step to have land 5. So, as usual, shocking, I know, I'm going to be greedy. Just going to hold on to the Balagit, play the Visionary. I could get punished, but it's 3 draw steps to find a single land. And I've got to assume a black-red deck might have removal in hand. Hopefully they don't hit a land here. If they do, they get a free resource. If they hit a spell, they probably can't cast it. Okay, so now all I can really do is play Scythe Cat. And then I guess one of these. We want to have white sources, and who cares about Cleric, so let's play that one. Now, obviously, if they attack, I'm going to block. Even though Scythe Cat grows, I can't let them just draw extra cards. If they kill it, at least they have to spend their mana, and then they won't be able to play what they hit unless it's cheap or a land. I am planning to stream tomorrow, yes. Just the same deal, 3 Zendikar drafts is my plan. The tournament doesn't start till Friday, right? Okay, so we can Balagit Recovery, but then we wouldn't be casting anything good. Beetle's bigger than Night Runner anyway, so I guess this is just Beetle. Yeah, and I'm going to hold the land because if they have Mind Drain, I don't have to discard these, and I might end up having a Scythe Cat in play later. Be out of removal! They never run out. Run out already. They can play that as a land, I think. Obviously, they can't cast it. So, there goes the sweet Beetle turns. Now we just play a 5/5. I'm going to put one more land in play because if they Mind Drain me, I can discard basically 2 lands. And if they kill the Skeleton and hit again, I go Balagit, play Scythe Cat, I think, and then play a land, get back the Skeleton on top. Ouch, they get to pick up the consumption. But they don't really have any profitable attacks if they're out of removal, so the grind goes on. I guess if they kill Skeleton, I'm losing anyway. So I think this turn is Balagit the Scythe Cat. Play it and play a land. No, maybe not. Maybe I can Balagit the Beetle later. It's not my off consumption, it's theirs. I have it too, but that's theirs off consumption. Philip Way. I mean, I don't think playing Florahedron and leaving Vanquish up matters much. I mean, if they have removal for Skeleton, if they didn't have Zoff consumption, maybe I could chump and, like, Vanquish and take 3, but I don't think I'm ever winning that game. So I think I just want to develop. If they don't have removal, I'm good. If they do have removal, I'm going to lose. Oh, I can just get Visionary. That's better than Scythe Cat, I think. Then I can play a land and Visionary. So, I mean, if they kill Skeleton, the game's all but over. But if they don't kill Skeleton, they don't have a good attack. I mean, I can, like, you know, block and eat and trade and take, like, 3, and then I'm not in Zoff range, and I'm eating a 4/5. So, hopefully these cards are mostly lands. They've already played a lot of firepower. Well, that's bad. Now they can put me into Zoff range. So I have to gain life on my next turn to not be dead. I do have ways to do that. Let's see what my outs are and if my plays are interesting at all. So, Wish that wasn't in play. I can draw Blood Priest. They're gonna. If I go to exactly 4, well, I can gain a couple of points of life. So if I go to 3, that's not really an issue. So I have to draw Shepherd, which I haven't even seen yet. It'd be a good time to draw that. Zoff Consumption or Blood Priest. There's no way I can kill them, and there's no other ways to take the Zoff out of their hand. So those are my outs. So my play doesn't really matter. They all gain like 2 or more, so whether I go to 3 or whether I go to 4 doesn't matter. Well, yeah, not just Zoff. We also have Shepherd and Malakor Blood Priest. So that block is almost scripted, and then I guess I don't care if they mill their top card, I'll just block their best creature. So we're on a 3-outer. One time, are we really running hot today, 3-outer? Come on. Come on, 3-outer. We don't have any life gain creatures in the yard, right? Oh, but I can get back Visionary and play it, and then if I draw, I have 2 mana left, so if I draw exactly Blood Priest, we can still cast that. Zoff and the other one are way too expensive. But I guess better than just being dead, right? We were on a 3-outer, now we're on a 1-outer. Let's make sure we have a black up. Now we're on only Malakor Blood Priest. 1-outer? Boo. I don't have a Mind Drain, but I did have 3 Gain Life cards still in my deck. I had, and I had some card drawing stuff that cycled. But I had Malakor Blood Priest, Shepherd of Heroes, and Zoff Consumption in my deck. So we were basically on a 3-outer. Yeah, that was a really good game. I mean, if I had done the Vanquish and Florahedron line, I wouldn't have been dead. But I also had no reason to put them on a 4-3 haste. And I wasn't dead on board, like, to the Consumption or something. So I think my play was right. I had no reason to put them on Scorch Rider there. Alright, well, that was a free roll game anyway. Now we're 6-2, so this one is not. Yeah, I blame whoever in the chat said, where are the good black-red party decks before that game. Literally, somebody asked for it, and then they delivered it. So I blame you for that loss, just to be clear. This hand is risky. We have 2 lands. We have Pack Beast for filter. We don't have any black. I gotta keep this, right? We're a 20 land deck, if you count the land spell modals. So that means 18 of my 33 are land 3. And all I have to do is draw 1 land, and with like Lithoform Blight and Pack Beast, I'm unlocked. So obviously I'm not that greedy. I'll play the Cleric turn 1. And then we have land Pack Beast if we don't get there, and then we have 1 more draw step to hopefully draw 18 of 33 cards. Additionally, 2 of the other cards are Blightblades. Okay, so now, do we still want to play Pack Beast? Yes. Next turn we have green and black for Scythe Cat. Cool. No need to get the Blight out. Just curve out. This time I'm not scared of them ambushing the Pack Beast if they have it. I don't actually need it at all, so we'll go ahead and attack. So I want to grow my creature. I can still do that. So this looks like Blight form, and then probably feed the swarm. This seems fine. I don't think I'm worried about my life total. Now I'm going to Rabid Bite anyway, just because they're tapped, and Rabid Bite is hard to use safely, and Feed the Swarm isn't. But who really cares about dealing myself 1? I'm ahead and winning the race. Yep. Just gonna feed the swarm and keep attacking. I guess I'll play this as a land. Even though they probably have expensive spells, it's dealing a damage now. And, I mean, I don't think they're holding removal, or they would have probably killed the Scythe Cat, so... Well, now I think they are going to kill the Scythe Cat. Maybe I'm going to regret playing that Predation and lose a close game. But maybe they have flash things and not removal. I don't know. Yeah, it's not the worst. Trade with Scythe Cat, or they can ambush Pack Beast and then I'll kill it. As long as they don't have removal, we should probably win. No removal. Play a creature. Play 2 little creatures, planning to double block, and then I'll beat you with Vanquish. You know you want to. Got him with Xaxes. You love to see it. Hey, I'm not going to hit on Xerath. I'm playing it this weekend in Historic. But for now, it's one of the best rares, if not #1 in the set, and I'm glad I was able to beat it. So, 7-2, back-to-back. Let's get into one more draft today. See if we can make it 3 7-win drafts in one day. I doubt it, but I'll take my chances. Gotta try, right? Thank you, Race H. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you for your support. I'm playing Black-White, the same standard deck I played in the last week of League play in Standard, and I'm playing Rogues in Historic. The Standard list is virtually the same. I might have changed a card or two, I don't know, but you can always see it from League play. And I tweeted a picture of the Historic Rogues deck. Thank you, Goman. Appreciate the 200 bits. Thank you for the generous donation, and let's get into the third and final draft of the day. So Charx is good, not like in any way busted, just a big good ground blocker that's also a win condition. Scion is definitely better in Black-White Clerics than Charx is in a blue deck, but Charx is also good in any blue deck, where Scion is only good in Black-White Clerics. Deadly Alliance is the best common in this pack. I really like Deadly Alliance in this format. I think it's probably the second best common after Royal Eruption in the whole set. So I think this is really a pick between Charx or Scion. Like I said, I think Scion is better in Black-White Clerics than Charx is in blue, but I also think Charx is good in every type of blue deck. And there is the second best card in the pack is black as well in Deadly Alliance after Scion, the next best card. That's not a big factor for me, but it's not nothing. I think I'll just take the blue card, Charx. I think it's probably the right pick, even if there wasn't 2 black cards in the pack. And I think that moves it ever so slightly further in that direction. Charx is good. It's just a ground turtle, and blue's pretty controlling in this format, and then it's also a win condition late game. So this pack doesn't have anything exciting. On-new inversion's really expensive. It's fine. Like, I'm not against it, but it's not a good card. Night Runner's okay. It's pretty good in like a black-red party where you care about rogues and have a lot of removal. It's not very good in blue-red wizards, though you'd still play it. Binding's good for blue-white party, you know, as removal, but it's not a great card in this format. Malachor Blood Priest is certainly a card we could take here. I mean, it doesn't go well with Charx in particular, but it's just a good card in any black deck. Really nothing exciting here. I mean, you're hoping to follow it up with a good blue common, an actual good uncommon. I'm really not happy about this pack in general for me. I think I'm just going to take Blood Priest. I think this is just the card that goes the best with Charx and just like kind of the best card in the pack. So now we have decisions to make. Ravager's Mason are busted in Black-Red Party, but we have no reason to believe we'll end up there. Deadly Alliance goes well in any black deck. Stinger's better than Deadly Alliance, in my opinion, if you're if you're black-blue rogues, but Deadly Alliance will be better in other black decks. Granted, our other card is a blue card. So I think I'm going to, again, make the safe pick and take Deadly Alliance, even though it's the worst of these three cards, depending. Like, in Red-Black Party, I take Mace over Deadly Alliance, and in Blue-Black Rogues, I take Stinger over Deadly Alliance. But we don't know what black deck we're going to end up with yet, so I think I'm going to make the safe pick of Deadly Alliance. So again, sticking with the safe picks, I mean, we don't know where we're going to end up. Pack Beast is good in every deck. We already have 2 Party Matters cards. Obviously, Akum Warrior's better in black-red, Celebrant's better in black-white, but, you know, I really don't know how to decide based on these close, not exciting cards. I'm just going to take the card that's good in any deck. So we can't use Brush Strider, so this is a pick between 2 cards, Shepherd and Royal Mage. Royal Mage goes better with Charix, but we haven't seen much blue. That said, Royal Mage is quite good in blue-black. We already have a Deadly Alliance, and we can prioritize stuff to get. Shepherd's good. I like Shepherd, but we did pass the Scion. We do have Charix, so I think Royal Mage is the right pick. Feels like a pretty tough choice now. Again, Spoils is great to splash, and we have a Pack Beast. But, I mean, am I just incorrectly sticking to blue-black? I mean, Skulker's good in blue-black. We could draft a grindy blue-black control deck. Feels like we just do that. Spoils is good, but, I mean, it's a gold card. It doesn't tell us white is open. We're well-positioned to play a blue-black control deck. We have good early stuff, good late stuff, Charix, removal. I think we just want to try and draft blue-black control in this seat. Super easy Pack Beast here over nothing close. I might have been able to find a better deck with you know, the knowledge of what was going to come later the whole time. But I don't think any of the cards we saw were that compelling to send me into Black-Red Party or Black-White Clerics. So I think it made sense to hold on to blue-black. I wasn't trying that hard to do that. It's not like I consider blue-black, you know, Charix that good of a card or anything. But going pick by pick, I think it was hard to get out of blue-black here. I don't really like Anti-Cognition unless you're really good at milling them, which, I mean, we're not. I think we just kind of have to accept that. Yeah, just a mere control. We have good early defenses. With 2 Pack Beasts, the Skulkers will be on. We have card drawing, field research, Royal Mage. We have late game Charix. We have removal with Deadly Alliance. It's just like a blue-black control right now. Hello, Roost of Drakes. Crawling Barons is awesome too, but I mean, we have Field Research and Royal Mage, which can get back another kicker card like Field Research. It's only the start of Pack 2, and we have the rest of the draft to prioritize the kicker stuff. So I think this is a pretty easy Roost over Barons. Barons is excellent, but I mean, it's not Roost. Pick 1, Pack 1, I'd probably take Barons over Roost just because it's good in any deck. But if we're already going to be committed to blue, and we have Field Research and Royal Mage after Pack 1, seems like a pretty clear Roost to me. So this pack really stinks for us. Skydancer or Blood Beckoning. I'll happily play Blood Beckoning with Roost, but it'll probably table. It's not that good in this deck. I think Skydancer is a better card to pick up here. Oh. Windmill Slam Domination. It might not have kicker, but it's great with Royal Mage. Great in grindy control decks. We can mill them with Mind Drain for 3 effectively, or, Skydancer for 2, and we can keep doing that. It's another good spell to get back with Royal Mage. This is shaping up to be a pretty nice grindy deck. Like, obviously, this deck is not busted. It's not, like, super on any synergy. But we've got Roost as a win condition, Charix as a win condition, Low Mage, Field Research, and Royal Mage, a bunch of cheap grindy cards. So, I mean, if we can pick up some more removal, which is not that hard to do in blue-black, Feed the Swarm, Vanquish, and Deadly Alliance, all good at black common. Bubble Snare into the Royal, good blue commons. It's pretty easy to pick up removal for these kind of decks usually. I highly doubt we're going to end up using Squid. If we're short 2-drops or playables, sure, but looking at our deck, we already have 2 Skulkers, Blood Priest, and 2 Pack Beasts, and we're in the middle of Pack 2. So I'm going to assume we're probably not going to play Squid for now. Whoa! I mean, even though we're a control deck, Shade is just a great card. It's great with Roost. Obviously, it's better in aggro decks, but it's cheap. It's a good win condition. It works great with Roost. I'm definitely going to take it. I mean, if we were black-white, maybe that or Scion. But I mean, it's not like there's another blue card or black card that I actually want. Scion's not good in this deck. We have 1 Blood Priest. So black, clearly the open color. Don't know if we'll play Relic or not, but maybe. I'm taking it over nothing, as you can see. But, you know, it is Kicker. We have Roost, and we use our mana pretty well, so it's something to think about. Kind of like to take all of this pack. I would like 1 Blood Beckoning. Zoth Consumption is an excellent land spell modal, and Sure-Footed Infiltrator is quite good for a blue-black control deck. Really just want all of this. I mean, Blood Beckoning is not in consideration. It's going to be Consumption or Infiltrator. We don't have any land spell modals at all yet, do we? So that's our first tap land. Think the Consumption is better. Easy Into the Royal. Gloom Hunter would be a good card for our deck, but Into the Royal is just substantially better. This pick isn't that close. Granted, I'll play every copy of, you know, the 2-mana 1/1 flying lifelink thing that I can get, but it's just not a close pick with Into the Royal. Blood Beckoning came back. I like that. This pack was great for us. After pack 1, we had like a lot of good cheap grindy cards and like a mediocre power level. And then this pack, we got Low Mage's Domination, Zoth Consumption, another land spell modal with Vision, Skyclave Shade, Into the Royal, and Roost of Drakes. This pack was, like, incredible for us. This deck really shaped up. A Gentleman 7/2 Miserloo. Another land spell modal. And I like these in this deck. We're trying to prioritize spells with Royal Mage. I mean, you can always get these back with Royal Mage. Pretty happy to have these Visions in this blue-black grindy deck. They can also tutor up kicker cards like Blood Beckoning or Into the Royal, Field Research. This deck is looking sweet. And it's only getting sweeter. There's a kicker card. Buy back Charex, buy back Mill, whatever. It has kicker for Roost. Gotta love it. So it's not, like, S-tier broken, but it's a very good flexible card. If you have a land light hand, you can drop it on turn 2. It's hard to block because it has Menace, and you gain 2 life a turn. In the late game, it's fantastic. We can get it back with Blood Beckoning. Just allow all sorts of looping. Zoth Consumption number 2, of course, will be excellent. If I can get it, I'll take it and play it, but this is a clear Null Priest, I think. We're not interested at all in splashing red, so that offers us nothing. So now I think we can grab an Infiltrator. Infiltrator's fine. I mean, I don't think it's like super exciting to have a 4-mana Ophidian in these decks, but we have a good curve. I might take a removal over it, but the best cards in this pack for us are Blood Beckoning and Diviner, so pretty easy Infiltrator. Not an exciting second pick, but a fine card. So now we have a choice between Expert and Geyser Mage. I think it's probably pretty close. I like Expert, so I'm probably going to take it, but I could see an argument for Geyser Mage. It's pretty good with Kicker to trigger Roost, and then you can use it to bounce like your own Royal Mage and trigger things galore. But, I mean, this pack does have multiple blue cards. We probably won't table Geyser Mage, but we might table Shell Shield or Riptide. I like Expert a lot. It's a nice 2-drop. Get a card right out of their hand right away. Pays for itself. Diviner is fine if you're not heavy wizards, but do we have any wizards? Oh, yeah, we do. We have the 2 Pack Beasts. So we'll draw a card some of the time if we have a Pack Beast out. Otherwise, Blight Priest does nothing for us, so it would be Stalker, and we're not an offensive deck, so I guess this is a pretty easy Diviner. We could use some removal. Other than that, this deck's really sweet. Okay, nothing wrong with Gloom Hunter, but Geyser Mage is better, so this is an easy Geyser Mage. So now, do we want Skulker or Pack Beast? I might play Sentinel in this deck because of Roost, but I mean, I'm not going to take it over good cards. I don't think we need the Pack Beast. It lowers the cost of the Deadly Alliance. It's a wizard for a Diviner. I think Skulker's better, though. Skulker should pretty much always be on, and I think Death Touch is more valuable than Pack Beast, given what our deck does and has. I think there's next to no chance we're going to play any of these. I don't think these cards matter. Sky Dancer's a card we will play. We want to lower the cost of that Low Mage's Domination. It's just a fine 3-drop Flying Mill card. Nothing special, but almost an auto-include in these kind of decks. Diviner over nothing. Probably cutting 1 or 2, but remember, we have some land spell modals. These visions are basically lands. Zoth Consumption, I count mostly as a land with upside. So, we're probably on about 15 lands and 3 or 4 land spell modals, so we're probably only cutting a couple of cards here. Yeah, this deck's really good. Wow, we tabled the Geyser Mage. That's an exciting table. I didn't expect that one to come back. I thought maybe we would get the Riptide out of that pack, but I did not expect the Geyser Mage to come back. Thanks, Poopy Pirates. Appreciate your subscription. Good kind of pirate, the harmless kind. Maybe the stinky kind, but, you know, it is what it is. Alright, let's see. So, where are we actually at on land spell modals? We have 2 blue and 1 black. So, 15 lands and 3 is 18. This deck uses mana pretty well, but 18 is fine, obviously. Our curve's pretty low. So, let's assume we'll cut like that. That gives us 10 blue and 8 black. And oh no, we're more of an even deck. Even though we have Low Mage's Dom, look at all these black early drops. So, I gotta switch that, I think. I'd rather be 9-9 than 10-8. This is a true 2-color deck. We have tons of early black 2-drops. We need a black right away. Alright, so then we got to cut 4 cards. So we have any obvious weak cuttables? No, so let's go through Blood Beckoning. Let's make the cuttable stack. Blood Beckoning's cuttable. Our 2-drops are just amazing. Pack Beast's the worst of them. It is cuttable. We don't really need it. Geyser Mage is uncuttable. Riptide is definitely cuttable. It's probably going to get cut. Mind Drain is cuttable. It's fine. It's good, but it's cuttable. Diviner is cuttable. That's pretty much it. So, we have to cut 4 of these. Riptide is an easy cut. It's fine. We have plenty of kicker, but we just, it's just a non-synergistic 3-drop otherwise. If we have enough creatures, I like the 1 Blood Beckoning with kicker to get back all these Geyser Mages and Royal Mages and stuff. So let me make sure my creature count isn't low. 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, we have 14 physical creatures plus Pack Beasts and Diviners. Think I'm pretty inclined to cut Mind Drain here. We have a lot to do in the early turns. We don't need to Mind Drain. It doesn't trigger anything. We have to cut 1 more. Diviner over Pack Beast, I think. Oh no, we still have to cut 1 more? Alright, I'm going to go 1 Pack Beast, 1 Diviner then. We picked up 2 Geyser Mages and a Royal Mage, so we have plenty of wizards. I'll play the 1 Pack Beast as fuel for, Blood Priest and Deadly Alliance, Diviner, and all these Skulkers. But we also have plenty of Rogues and Wizards, so most of our Rogue and Wizard stuff should be on anyway. So, I think this is right. I like the 1 Blood Beckoning. It has kicker, and we have a lot of grindy little creatures. It can get back Null Priest, Royal Mage, Geyser Mage, all kinds of sweet stuff. Yeah, I think that's right. Ended up going with 1 Diviner, 1 Pack Beast. Yeah, Mind Drain works with Domination, but so does Sky Dancer. I'd rather get a 2-1 flyer and 1 less card in their yard than not impact the board. We're really a grindy deck. We have a great late game. We don't want to fall behind. This hand's tough. I mean, we have no blue. We do have Pack Beast. If we draw 1 blue, we can play Field Research. We're nowhere near Low Mages, but if we cast Field Research, then we're not that far. I mean, we're drawing a bunch more cards. My deck's pretty cheap, but we do also have 2 2-drops. I don't know. Do we keep this or mull this? It's another super close one. I think I mull this. Because the Low Mages is triple blue, and these are late game cards. I don't like that hand. Well, this hand's even worse, but I'm not going to go to 5. Just put back the double blue card, and hopefully we'll draw lands. I tried. Skulker over Priest, of course. It fuels the Priest for 1 more, if nothing else. Do I want this trade? No, not really. So we'll just pass the turn, put our flyer out, see what they do. I don't mind racing. I have the Blood Priest. So if they kill 1 rogue and block 1, it's going to be like a trade. Duelist doesn't do anything. It just fogs the attack. Looks like a pretty easy attack. And then I'm going to play Blood Priest over Skulker, I think, because even though I could get 1 more if I had a Wizard out, I want to have Deadly Alliance on. Deadly Alliance costs 4 right now, and if I put out another rogue, it still costs 4. But by putting out the Blood Priest, now it costs 3. And now I can Deadly Alliance a good creature if they play 1. And there it is. Speaking of a good creature. So, again, I would probably trade, except I want to cast Deadly Alliance on that Mystic, so I'm going to take it. Attack, because we're ahead in the race. Even though we want to prolong the game, potentially, because we don't have blue, I have a flyer, and we're up 18-14, so I don't mind hitting 2 for 2 and keeping my Cleric out. Potentially. Hopefully we'll draw an island sooner or later. Alright, so now we can use 3 mana in Field Research or 2 in Skulker and add to the board. I don't think we need to be that mana efficient. Our cards are all pretty cheap. So I think I'm just going to attack and then play the Skulker. If they have like a big good creature, this play has some upside. It forces them to trade it for Skulker or take more damage because we are ahead in the race. I'm going to be greedy and hold on to Royal Mage, of course, because even though we look far from kicking it, Field Research draws 2 more cards, and a lot of our deck is land. So first let's Field Research and see what we get. Then we can decide whether to attack with Skulker. I see no good reason to trade Skulker for the Royal Mage here. Skulker can trade with bigger and better things. Most likely will be Royal Mage with Kickering back Field Research now, switching gears. Had we drawn a bunch of spells instead of lands, we might have been able to press our board advantage. Now, obviously, there's no way for us to do that, so we want to switch gears, try and draw a bunch more cards. So Skulker can't attack, because they'll just block with Fisher Wizard. It's stopping the 4/4 from attacking, but I don't think I care about that, because we're winning the race, and if they attack with this, they're not tapping it, so I'm just going to trade. I have the Royal Mage to block the Fisher Wizard next turn, and the Channeler, if it attacks, it's not being tapped to dig up cards. And I would rather take 4 than them tap and discard a land and see 2 more cards. I definitely, along the same lines, we have more than enough life. I'll happily draw 3. I don't care about taking a hit or 2 from Chandler. They have drawn a lot of cards. They have 13 left in their whole deck. I can and will restart Cardboard Live. Don't know if it'll fix it or not, but I just closed it and am reopening it, Skits. Okay, this trade is easy. So let's kick it, see what we get. Hopefully they don't have Jurari Disruption. Maybe I should have played the land first. Okay. This is going to be tight. I mean, close and reopen, it's a pretty easy thing to do, so if it works, cool. So they have +3/+2, so they can 11 me on board. What are they getting back? That is Jwari Disruption, but that's not relevant. They're not even going to bother. So if they play it now, it's 11. 11's not 12, so I don't have to block, but what about the following turn? If I hit them for 2, I can then Geyser Mage like the Chandler, and then I die, or are they short? Because if I hit them for 2, 2 and Zoth, I could steal the game that way. I don't care about chumping with the Geyser Mage on, like, the Hellion, but, like, let's say they cast this and I go to 1. I just die to the Master of Winds, so I can't do that. Let's say I take it and go to 1. That just looks bad to me. So I'm going to chump. I have Lull Mages, so I have some outs to turn the game from behind. Also, I have the Cutting Geyser Mage, so even though it's not looking good, I'm not, like, necessarily completely unable to turn it. Yeah, I die to Royal. If they have Royal, good beats. I'm not even thinking about that. Lull Mage probably my best draw. No Priest might be okay. So we can get back Blood Priest or Skulker. We have out a Rogue, a Cleric. So we have 8 mana this turn. So we can't really double spell. Is this optional? No. Because they're at like 9 cards in their deck. Decking might be my primary path to victory at this point. I guess the double consumption is a way to win too. Could Geyser Mage my Skulker and play it. This is a point short of killing me. I want to get the Null Priest down if I can. I guess it doesn't block anything. Neither does Geyser Mage. Kick Geyser and just play Null Priest? Yeah, that's an option. I guess I have enough resources. Like, what do you want me to bounce? Like the Master? The problem with this line, though, like, I don't have blocks on anything. I have to block. I have to double or chump. That's not good. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I just can't win. I guess I'm trying to draw Lull Mage's domination. I mean, it's definitely right to play Null Priest if you Geyser Mage, but... Well, I'm just dead. And I was going to be dead to Spellcraft no matter what, I think, but... I wonder if that was the right line or not. I'm not really sure. That was a good game. I don't know if I played that game well. Oh, yeah, I don't care about 2 for 1-ing myself. I had enough resources. It was more the falling further behind that I didn't like. Like, I was thinking about Null Maging back Blood Priest, because then I can double block Chandler, and then I gain the life. I gain the 2, and then 2 when I block. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'd die to Spell Priest no matter what. Like, that, I mean, to synchronize Spellcraft, like, that's not a card I'm thinking about. I'm basically just thinking, like, if they can, you know, cast a random wizard to switch the Master, that's what I'm trying to prepare for. I mean, remember, that was a game where we had a pretty rough draw. But, yeah, I don't think there's anything I could really have done. No, it's just because I love Zendikar and I hate Kaladesh, to be honest. Julio Martini. Okay, Vision's a really weak land spell modal, and my deck uses mana well, so I'm going to lead that. Yeah, trading Skulker ended up quite bad. But again, you know, if I go the other way there, I take damage there, but then they also can tap the Chandler and discard lands. I mean, it's kind of bad for me either way, basically. At least the way I played it, if they can't win by racing, like, you know, it takes them off of the other way, they get the option, basically. And, like, thinking a blue-red deck isn't going to kill a 2/2 later is, you know, you're really hoping for something there. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like it's hard for that deck to just kill a 2/2 when it wants to, in general. I agree, though, with Perfect Information in retrospect. I would probably undo that block. Because they played Infinite More Card Advantage and won through aggression and didn't play a lot of removal. Kaladesh is just kind of an aggressive format. Energy's kind of snowbally. I mean, I don't hate it. Remastered is better than the original, but like I said, I love Zendikar. I love this limited format. So many sweet games. I mean, think about all the incredibly close, good games we've played today that we've won and lost. I'm not saying that Kaladesh, there's something wrong with it. It's more that I just love this format. I think this format is just excellent. Okay, no decisions. Let's get our card drawer out. Worst case, they like Bubble Snare into the Royal. We take 8, but, I mean, that's fine. We're still at 20. And if they don't draw land 4 and or have those, we can start drawing extra cards. Yeah, it's like my position on dogs and cats. I'm not anti-dog, I just like cats a lot more. I'm not anti-Kaladesh, I just like Zendikar a lot more. Okay, so we want to attack and then tap the Expert, because they could have Chilling, whatever. Not that tapping the Expert first is a big punishment, but no reason not to attack first. Not a lot they can do here. Sure. And they have a wizard, so no big deal for them, but no big deal for me either. I'm not really under pressure. I'm not going to Field Research for 2. I'm going to play the Skulker, and then if they try and kill the Skulker and eat me, I'll just enter the Royal to Field Research without Kicker. I mean, the Risen Riptide without Kicker, because then I can untap and Field Research with Kicker and draw a card off Infiltrator and not have to worry about, you know, being swarmed to death. And of course, if they don't take a line like that, like if they want to kill the Infiltrator, then I can just go Skulker on Riptide or whatever, and then I have Into the Royal with Kicker to free up the Infiltrator and play the grindy game later. So, I'm pretty comfortable either way here. Oh, the overall quality of the draft formats for the past couple of years has been amazing. It's even more upsetting that they're not using Limited and high-level Magic much more, given Limited has been incredible and Standard has been heinous for the past couple years. I also just noticed, like 20 minutes ago, Ahead Dude was kind enough to host us with 30 viewers, so thank you, Ahead Dude. I think I missed that because I was in the middle of a good game, but I do appreciate the support. Thank you for that, host. Okay, so that's fine. We'll just go the slow grindy route. I think we see what we draw before Field Researching, right? Because we're definitely going to attack with Infiltrator, and then we're going to draw a card. If we draw something good to play, we might not Field Research. Like if we draw a Null Priest, I might just play that with Kicker and buy back Skulker. That said, I want to use 6 mana by more than I want to use 4, and we didn't draw something else that costs 6 that we want to play, and we're still at 20, so Field Research and pass to them. Even if they play the Kicker card on the Skulker and 11 me, we'll switch gears after that. Let's get as much card advantage as we can right now. I don't choose that ads, J-Shrub. I show 0 ads when I'm playing. I only show ads during ads and chats on Thursday nights. And Twitch just does what it does manually. Like, that wasn't me. Whatever Miller Lite ad you saw, I had nothing to do with. Okay, so now we'll hit with the Infiltrator, draw, and then plan our turn. We don't have to tap the Expert, obviously. We're up 1,000,000 cards, so we're not looking to race. We just want to stabilize now. I think Pack Beast and Skulker and leave it into the Royal up looks good. I don't care at all about kicking it. I have like a 1,000,000,000 card advantage. So I'm going to bounce the Diviner in combat if they just go to attack with the Flyer. If they do anything else, then we'll examine our options. And then, of course, I can always Royal Mage it back or whatever, and we'll just see what they do. It's weird because my hand doesn't actually have a ton of firepower, but my library does, and we're up 1,000,000 cards. So I don't think I care. I mean, I could like into the Royal my own Pack Beast, and then they don't draw a card, and I take 3. Or I can into the Royal their Diviner. Honestly, I'm up so much on the ground, and I'm still drawing 2 cards a turn. I think I just into the Royal their Diviner. I mean, I know this is weird. I'm just playing it as a healing salve, but I'm also like making them tap mana to put it back out, so I'm not like falling behind more in the air potentially. And I think that Pack Beast is pretty much worthless to me at this point. Just don't want to fall into Royal Eruption range. I don't want to accidentally die somehow. Like I said, I'm still drawing 2 cards a turn because I have the Infiltrator. So my card advantage engine is never getting shut off. Not that I'm drawing my Lol Mages or my Deadly Alliance or any of that. But okay, so yeah, now I'm going to Royal Mage back into the Royal, and then if they hit me for 1, I'll just take it and bounce Diviner into turn. If they hit me for 3 or more, I'll bounce it within the Royal. Mostly just trying to stay at a Royal Eruption range. I have that Zoth Consumption. I'm up 1,000,000 cards. I have the Charks to close with. I have Lol Mage's Domination. So many big draws in there. Well, if they only go for 3, I'll just take it, I think, because 6 isn't 5, and if I bounce the Mystic, they can replay it. If I bounce the Diviner, they can't. I guess, granted, I have the Sky Dancer, though, to trade with the Diviner. So I'm not sure if I want to enter the Royal as Mystic or not. I mean, either way, line up some ground blocks. They're passing to me. Yeah, I mean, I can always Royal Mage. I can always Royal Mage back the end of the Royal, like Blood Beckoning, the Royal Mage. Like, I just have grind, grind, grind forever here. So I just want to keep my life up, I think. Granted, I keep not drawing anything, but hopefully sooner or later we'll draw Lol Mages or Deadly Alliance or Vanquish or whatever. Okay, there we go. That's a good one. So now I think we pretty clearly want to take Diviner. They don't have 8 cards in their yard? I just kind of assumed. Okay, well, let's play the Sky Dancer main phase. I wasn't going to, but seems worth it. Yeah, this seems fine. Of course, snap trade here. Even though I don't have a wizard to draw a card now, if I can remove both flyers, I'm ecstatic. Even if I knew they had that, I'd still block, because again, I'm trying to keep my life total above 5, so I don't end up dying to Royal Eruption when I have infinite card advantage. So we have 10 mana. I guess first and foremost, as usual, let's just draw our 2 cards a turn and see what we get before we plan our turn. Shouldn't have played a land first, but whatever. Okay, that doesn't change anything, so we can go Zoth and Charix or Zoth and Blood Beckoning. The ground blocker looks relevant. It's also a lethal threat that has to be chump blocked. So I think this is Zoth and Charix. Next turn, I can even go Blood Beckoning, Royal Eruption, Zoth. I mean, I can't. I'm 1 mana short of doing it all next turn, but now they have to chump block Charix every turn, and then they're going to 4 from the Infiltrator, and they're in Zoth range. Life's pretty good. I don't think I want to chump since the Dancer's stopping the Diviner, and 10 is a totally safe life total. Alright, so let's see. I could buy back the Lull Mages. So if I Beckoning just Royal Mage and play it, that's 7. That leaves me 4. So then I can Lull Mages and take the Diviner. So that looks pretty good. The only thing is, I want to spend the mana on Charix, forcing them to chump. But I mean, I don't have to. Taking their Diviner is pretty exciting. I could also Blood Beckoning with Kicker and get back like Royal Mage and like Skulker or something. I mean, it's kind of free. Hey, Big Scary Dave, don't be afraid, but thank you for subscribing. I really appreciate it. I have a flying blocker for the Diviner anyway. Think I want to Blood Reckoning with Kicker. So I think I attack with Charix and Infiltrator. Obviously, I can tap the Rogue. I'm going to have some ground blockers for the Riptide. They have to block the Charix. They'll probably block it with Fisher Wizard, maybe the Riptide. Either way, I'm going to activate it once, take the free kill. Let's see what we get. All right, that doesn't block, so it's not an exciting play for the turn. Blood Beckoning with Kicker. Grab back Royal Mage and Skulker and just play Skulker, I think. And then Shade, I guess. I don't know. I mean, if they can kill 2 blockers, they might win, but that's pretty hard to do. Like, Royal Eruption doesn't beat me. There's no way that's lethal, is it? I doubt it. If it is, I play it very badly. But I mean, they have to Royal Eruption the Dancer, or I can just block the Mystic. Or, like, kill the Dancer. And then I have the Skulker also to block the Riptide. So yeah, I don't think there's any realistic lethal here. Oh no, I forgot to put the Roost in my deck. I'm obviously kidding. But yeah, now they're dead. They can't lethal me, and then I'll just Royal Mage Zoth and they're dead. I mean, they're just dead every which way. They need one of the 5s to get through, and I have 2 blockers, so... Go ahead and win with style, shall we? Style and grace, what I'm known for. My 2 best qualities. All my friends do call me Stylish Ben. That's literally just what everybody who knows me calls me. I don't know why. I mean, I don't think I'm that stylish, but, you know. I'm not going to argue. So this is a pretty easy keep. Play one of these, and then we can start casting things. Probably just play the Null Priest here for 2. Can bounce it with my own Geyser Mage later if I really want to. I have removal. If it starts hitting for 2 a turn, like, this looks like a game where I go beat down. Like, this has Menace and Lifelink, so if they kill it, okay, whatever, but if they don't kill it and it starts connecting, that's a lot of life. Probably just gonna, if they don't kill anything, I'm probably just gonna hit for 2 and play the Geyser Mage, and then I can Deadly Alliance a blocker and just kind of run up the life totals. And then after that, I can use Vision to find, like, Lol Mage's Domination, Field Research, or something like that. And yeah, Zoth Consumption really solidifies the aggro plan. I'm always excited for new sets, but less so than usual, Mr. August, because I love Zendikar. But of course, no matter how good a set is, if you're a limited player, you're never not excited when a new set comes out, right? It's just a new format to explore. I have not drafted any Commander Legends, no. Okay, so they killed the Null Priest. I can obviously attack. No reason Deadly Alliance now. I'm not really worried about it. So we'll just attack. I'm only 1 land away from Zoth, and it's a swamp anyway, so Vision doesn't help that. So this turn we attack, pass, and then end of their turn we can either Deadly Alliance or Vision, depending on what they do. If they, like, hit for 3, I'm not going to Deadly Alliance. It's 22 to 15. I'll just Vision and see what I get. If they play, like, a good 4-drop that I want a Deadly Alliance, I can. Because, anything they play can block the Geyser Mage. So if I Deadly Alliance it, I get another 3 points in. But if they play, like, a 2-2, I'm not going to Deadly Alliance it just to get another 3 points in. If they play a good 4-drop or good 3-drop that I actually want to kill, then I'll Deadly Alliance it. So we're on the optionality of Solemnity, Vision, or Deadly Alliance based on whether they give us a good target to Deadly Alliance or not. That's not exciting. Let's Vision, see what we get. Cool. They're nowhere near 8 cards in their deck. So now, in their graveyard. So now we can just Lol Mage as the 2-drop, get in for the 3. Life is good. The in-game play is fantastic in Zendikar. And the draft portion is good, too. Like, even though there's a decent amount of archetypes, there's a lot of subtle synergy. And you often have to decide, like, how good is this Blood Priest in my deck? How good is this Electromancer in my deck? How good is this Scion in my deck? I really love Zendikar. I think it's a home run. Good draft portion, good in-game play, all 5 colors, lots of good archetypes, diverse, balanced. Like, I think it's just an awesome all-around format. I give it, like, a 10. Right there with Dominaria. Like, it's just, like, an amazing limited format. Alright, Akiri is a good enough creature to kill, and then we can just attack with both. Trades are good for me. Well, now that's a change, though. So, playing this as a 5-3 and a 3-1 right now aren't that different, but so I do have 2 lines to consider. I can, like, Deadly Alliance Akiri, attack with both and play it as a 3-1, or I can attack with the Geyser Mage and then play it as a 5-3. I don't think it's that big of a difference. If they play something that blanks a 3-1... I can always attack, make them eat it, or take 3, and then play a land and play it as a 5-3. So I think I'm going to go with the aggro line. Given I have Zoth, like, I want to be aggressive and push damage. And like I said, Skycleave Shade is like so hard to deal with. Because it's not like if they play a 4-4, then they shut it down. If they play a 4-4, I'll just attack. They'll either take 3 or eat it, and then I just play a land and play it again as a 5-3. This card is so unbeatable. Like, it's so subtly broken. I think Skyclave Shade is the quietest, brokenest card of all time. Like, there's cards way more broken than it. But as far as, like, how little and, like, subtly broken it is, if that makes sense... You know, it's like so hard to beat Skyclave Shades. Oh, they have cards too, I guess. So if a 3 gets through, we win. Any trade here is a good trade. We're going to have Blade Master back to block. Can't send that into the 3-3 anyway. So this turn looks easy. Just send the Shade and the Geyser Mage. If they block the Shade, then I play a land and replay it as a 5-3. If they take the Shade, they're dead to the Zoth. Like I said, quietest broken card of all time. Yes, there's an uncommon Spikefield Hazard that trades with it for 1 mana less. That's true. Alright, so I want to kill the commander more than the ambusher, so that goes first. And then, cool. You want to play the grindy game? Let's play the grindy game. Oh, I'm not saying Shade is like top 5 in the set or anything like that. Like, it's not super broken. It's just very good. But, like, it is a card that's very hard to beat from a lot of positions and very cheap and grindy and, like, it doesn't look as busted as it is. Obviously, I'm not saying it's, like, you know, one of the best limited cards of all time or anything crazy like that. But, like, in my opinion, Skyclave Shade is, like, around as good as Roost of Drakes, and it just looks so much less flashy. Alright, no reason to chump block yet. We can Zoth to get some life back. Blade Master stops Electromancer on future turns. So, of course, can't block. We'll eat a 1/1 token or we'll kill them. Thank you, Sitremba. Appreciate the subscription. If they do block Zoth Consumption or Infiltrator, I think Infiltrator's fine. We shouldn't get 11 this turn. Couple of subscriptions. Thank you also, Muse Invited. Appreciate the support. Hey, you're welcome. Thank you for the support, Sitremba. I really appreciate it. Alright, let's see. So if I double block, they'll pump and kill both. Oh, this is close now. This doesn't look amazing for me. I mean, hopefully I can steal this with consumption. So if I double block either creature, I lose both of mine and I kill that. If I take it, I'm not taking lethal this turn. I can't lethal them on my turn, though. I want to play the grindy game. Like, these two creatures can't really attack into the War Leader anyway. So I think double blocking makes sense. Let's say I double block the Outrider. Why are they saying good game? Neither player has won or lost. So if I double block the Outrider and they pump, I take 4 them at 7, so I can go back to 11. They have to block or they die, so they block the Shade. Oh no, but I'm at 7 if I play a land and cast it again for 5. And then do they have 11? They have the War Leader and the Ambusher left. 2, 4, 6, 9, which is more than 7. Let's say I double block the Ambusher, they pump, I take 4, I'm at 7. Then they have exactly 7, which is still 7. So I have to play the Zoth and the Shade as a 3/1. So I think it makes more sense to double block the Outrider. Because if they tie up all their mana pumping the Ambusher, they're not adding to the board. I can't attack into the War Leader with the Blade Master or the Infiltrator anyway. And I lose both no matter which I double block. Okay, so attack with the Shade, and then if they block, I'm going to Geyser Mage like the Champion, I guess. If they take it, of course, we win. This is super tight. So now, I mean, now we can't block the Ambusher this turn, but we don't need to. It's not threatening lethal. So now, if I play land, I can't play Shade or I'm dead on board, so I have to Zoth. If I Zoth, I'm at 9. I'm not dead on board, but I have like no real outs for next turn. This is pretty rough. Needed to draw some spells down the stretch. And I could attack and just pray they block, but, I mean, they'll probably block with Champion. The problem is that, like, it's not even like I can block War Leader, because then it's 9. I have to chump block with the Geyser. Guess I don't really have a choice. I have another land to get back, Zoth. Maybe I have outs. I don't know. Yeah, I could attack just on the hope that they won't block, but they've been pretty aggressively blocking, and, like, they should block with Champion, because if I kill War Leader and kill Champion, I die to the Ambusher anyway. So, there's not much reason for them to be afraid to block there. This is a good game, just a few too many lands down the stretch, but we may have outs. I mean, you know, this deck has a lot of recursion and stuff. Maybe I can draw, like, something that gets stuff back and gets going. This was a good game. 2, 4, 6, 9. Oh, yeah, I had to block the Ambusher. My bad. Yeah, I was supposed to chump the Ambusher there. I like, was thinking about my outs and just lost track. Yeah, I should have kept blue up, but also I'm supposed to just block the Ambusher, obviously. Go ahead, hit the punt counter. Obviously, I was supposed to chump Ambusher. I don't know if I had outs or not, but, like, maybe. Like I said, maybe I can, like, draw 2 cards and Lull Mage something. If all their creatures are tapped, Lull Mage is less effective at that point. You know what I had to do differently? I had to not sandbag the land for the Shade the turn I did, because then when I Zothed and played a land, I could have cast Shade, and then they can't attack with all 3 because they'll die to the Shade. So then, if they only send a couple of them, then I can eat something with the Shade. I may not even have to chump, or I can block better with the Geyser Mage. I may have punted that game. Well, I don't like a 2-lander, but I'm not going to mulligan Swamp Island on the play with a lot of my best cards. Hopefully we'll draw lands. It's a good start. I'm not going to be that greedy. If I draw lands, my hand is incredible. So I'm just going to put the Royal Mage out. Okay, I see no real decisions. Trader getting 2. Yeah, that was a good game. I agree. Land. Boo. No, I can't play the Roost because I don't have a bunch of other 4-mana cards or anything with Kicker. So if I play the Roost and then play these, it's not making 2/2s anyway. Come on, land. I'm playing against an Amulet. I can beat that. I just need lands. Thanks, Winged Dragon. Yeah, it has been a sweet day. Like I said, this is just a sweet format. This is honestly just a fantastic limited format. Leads itself to so many good games. Okay. No second island yet, but we still got time now. Relic Amulet is excellent if you can trigger it constantly. If you only trigger it from time to time, it's not great. But if like over half the cards in your deck are triggering it, it's a fantastic card. This trade I don't want. Especially because I'm lowering the cost of Alliance by 1, and if I don't draw an island, I can't cast anything. Thanks, deck. Just what I wanted to draw. Guess we're just chilling. I think this deck ended up pretty good. It's really underperforming. I mean, obviously, I've had a little bit of problems this draft, whereas I ran super smooth the previous two, which is the nature of best of one, of course. Ultimately, at this point, I can deal with flyers, with Roost and Lowell Mages, so I think I gotta just keep my life up. Hopefully draw the island here. Maybe it's not too late. Tap island is probably way too late. I don't think I can come back from this. But I don't think if I cast it, I even have outs. I don't even have a Feed the Swarm. There's like nothing I can get off it that I can cast this turn. I think we're pretty dead. So can we do two things? No. I can low mage the 2/1, but then they can always just relic it. So, I mean, we're dead, but we can leave some mana up. They don't have 8 in their yard. Think if I play Charks, they're just going to attack me out. I don't think I can win this game. Yeah, the draws weren't good in this run. But like I said, that's the nature of best of one. I mean, our draws were great in the previous 2 runs, right? We didn't go 7-2 and back-to-back with bad draws. And even with this 1-3, I mean, that makes 14-7 on the day, or 15-7 on the day, which is a really good record. So, I mean, it's just, that's the nature of best of one sometimes. So I hope everybody had a fun day on stream with me. Thank you for showing up. There was a ton of subscriptions and donations and all of that. I really appreciate the warm welcome back and all the support. I plan to be on tomorrow, do a nice normal stream, 3 drafts and some ads and chats. And then this weekend, I will be playing in the Zendikar Rising Championship. I don't know what the requirements rules are for that. I don't know if I'll be streaming it or not. I'm honestly just not sure yet. But if you want to see some Constructed, of course there'll be all the great coverage of that, whether I'm streaming it or not. And tomorrow, I'll be back on, as normal, 3 p.m., 3 drafts, plus some ads and chats after. And we can talk about the Rising Championship, my constructed decks, whatever. For now, I'm going to call it a night. So who should we raid as we sign off? Who's drafting? See a bunch of people on, but I don't see anybody drafting. Is anybody else drafting right now? Who should we drop in on? Thanks, Kurt Huss. Appreciate the subscription. Thanks, y'all. And like I said, I'll be back tomorrow with 3 more drafts. Deck lists were last weekend. I've played the decks plenty. So I'm definitely going to draft 3 more times tomorrow, barring unforeseen circumstances. But for now, I want to sign off with a raid, but none of my favorites are on drafting. I don't see Datsy or Voxy. I don't see Kyle Rose or any of the people, the Ham TV, any of the people usually drafting. See a bunch of streamers I follow on, but they're all playing standard. Yuck. Can we surprise anybody new? Quarter calls? Oh, yep, I see quarter calls. Sounds good. All right, we'll raid Court of Calls. They're always drafting and doing limited content. And I will see everybody tomorrow. Oh, Metal Mario? I already said I'll raid Court of Calls. I would have raided Metal Mario too because they're a regular here. Just whoever got suggested first. But Court of Calls got suggested first, so I'm going to raid Court of Calls. So, check out Court of Calls for some great limited content. I know they're always doing limited as well. Alex loves limited. Other than that, I'll be back on tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern. 3 more drafts, and then ads and chats. Chat about the Zendikar Rising Championship, the Zendikar limited format, how amazing it is, how much it sucks that this amazing limited format is not in the Zendikar Rising Championship. Other than that, everybody have a good day, and I will see you tomorrow.